I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Planning Board. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Town of Burlington will be holding the November 4th meeting of the Planning Board as a hybrid meeting due to the expiration of the state of emergency that was issued due to the COVID-19 virus on March 12, 2020.
Please note that the option for remote participation via WebEx is being provided as a courtesy to the public. This meeting will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast, unless otherwise required by law. Those people seeking to join remotely may do so via townofburlington.webex.com. The meeting number is 2331-216-8265, and the meeting password is 1645. If you would like to join the WebEx by phone, you can do so at 617-315-0704. This meeting is also being broadcast on the BCAT government channel, which can be found on Comcast 99, RCN 15, and at Verizon 41, and is being streamed on Facebook Live via the BCAT Facebook page. The public will be able to make comments during the time for public comment. Questions can be asked via WebEx, the WebEx chat function, and Facebook Live chat function during the meeting. All persons wishing to ask a question or make a comment must identify themselves.
Thank you. We have an item being continued off this week's agenda. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take item 7K out of order for discussion purposes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay, item I is a continued public hearing application for approval of a site plan, 15 Adams Street, Senate Construction is the applicant.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the Planning Board meeting of December 2nd, 2021, as requested by the applicant in an email dated November 2nd, 2021.
All those in
Second.
favor? Oh, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Citizens' time. If any audience member in the hearing room wishes to speak, please come up to the table in front of us and identify yourself. For those participating remotely, please raise your hand and speak and identify yourself. Do we have anyone, Liz?
Don't see anybody on the WebEx.
Great. On to announcements.
Sure. So first thing, performing art in the park is happening in the Burlington Sculpture Park, right next to, that's between the police station and Grandview Farm. It's happening November 6th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I hear that there will be musical performances by high school people in the high school, I think, band or chorus, both awesome. The Burlington Housing Partnership will be holding their meeting on November 9th at 6 p.m. via WebEx. The Zoning Bylaw Review Committee will have their meeting on December 10th at 6:30 via Zoom. Veterans Day is November 11th. All town offices will be closed. And Thanksgiving holiday, November 24th. The town hall closes at 3 p.m. and we will reopen on November 29th, which is the following Monday.
Great. Do any members have any additional announcements?
Just like to take the opportunity to express condolences to the family of Tom Murphy Sr. Tom was a selectman, moderator twice, from what I understand, in a long-term resident of the community. I think he was 90 years old when he died, so he contributed quite a bit to what you see here today.
Absolutely. Thank you. Is anyone else? Let's move on to discuss some of the items that will be moving forward at January town meeting. Item A is a public hearing petition to amend the zoning bylaw, Article 2, definitions, use and regulations, and Article 7, general regulations to define and regulate retail, commercial, recreation, retail entertainment, education, and experiential type uses. Who's speaking here? Who's speaking on behalf of this item?
So Madam Chair, Melissa Tataklis, our Economic Development Director, and myself will speak, but she has a PowerPoint which we can share or she can share. Just let us know, Melissa.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Planning Board. My name is Melissa Gentakis. I work as the Economic Development Director. I am having a little trouble pulling up the PowerPoint. I don't know what is more effective, if you guys could pull it up at this point.
Yep, we can pull it up first.
Great. Will I be able to see it too, you think?
Yeah, Liz is bringing it up if you want to start with kind of how we got here and then.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Thank you. So, this first is the first public hearing on modernizing retail uses. And essentially, this is an effort to keep up to date with kind of our retail environment. As you know, prior to COVID, retail has been going through its own disruptions, classic word that's being used a lot. And through that, market preferences have changed through COVID. A lot of behaviors have changed. And yet, at the same time, as you may have heard through some of the different venues, it's also accelerated different patterns that we have already been noticing. So, if we can go to the next slide. Thanks, Liz. This page, at least, lays out what the zoning article is, and it's a really kind of refining the language on the for-profit educational uses, and then looking at how we can better explain the retail uses that are going on. So in my role as economic development director, part of my job has been reaching out to businesses and connecting with not only kind of business owners but property owners. And through this process, from the beginning, there had been a lot of consternation on the mall and what that evolution will be. That was even prior to COVID. That was kind of one of the themes that had come up in a lot of my stakeholder interviews. But going to visit different property owners and leasing agents, one thing we were finding is that some of our zoning, especially in the BG, had language that made it difficult to fit in new tenants. And so this presentation is to kind of give you some understanding of what we've been hearing and how maybe through this proposal we can change the bylaw. Next slide. So what I'd like to do is just share a little bit of why this proposal is before you, and then take any questions after. So this one, this slide goes against everything because it's just all text-based, but it tries to lay out why we're proposing this change. Number one, we don't want to forget that retail does make up a real foundation of Burlington's economy. Not only is it the mall, but there are other hubs that we have as retail uses. And if we go to ESRI data, it makes up 21% of our businesses are classified as retail. And at least as of 2020, 17% of our employees worked in retail. So that's nothing, it's a good percentage of what we have in town. And as we know, anecdotally, people come here because employers, whether it's office, lab, tech, are coming primarily also because we have these amenities. So moving to the next bullet, support retail during recovery and resilience. So we want to think of this industry and this sector not only in its recovery mode, which is very important, but also as to make it stronger over time. And what we've learned through talking to Simon, talking to Wayside, is that some of the trends that they've been following nationally are really showing that apparel-only tenants are down in these type of spaces by 17% over the last 10 years, especially in malls. If you're in retail, the new phrase is really omni-channel, which really means that you're brick and mortar and your e-commerce. You really have to have both these days. And retailers are not completely shunning physical space, but they are optimizing it. They are kind of deciding where the physical space makes sense. And as we've seen, even prior again to COVID, there's less dependency on the large department stores where, the Sears are out and what is coming, what is our anchor? And a lot of it, as my own personal observation, is around public assembly. Like, where do people congregate? What makes it more interesting to do outside of your house? Because you can do so much inside your house, but give me something cool to do. And that kind of takes us to the next bullet of remaining competitive. So, this is really about the changes in the marketplace, what people are looking to do, and then the creativity that's the response to that. And it's kind of neat to see that from, I would say, people and entrepreneurs at large. What we're seeing is that leasing is not altogether being abandoned, but there is more what they're calling non-traditional leasing in the malls and in other spaces. And that's what this slideshow will show a little about, because that seems so broad. And so we want to just make sure to that end that our zoning is updated. So to the next slide. The next few slides will kind of show you what non-traditional retail looks like, and then we can kind of go over questions. So as a proposal before you kind of talks about, educational and interactive has been kind of, I would say, flowing in between those two words. So, whether it's Jamboree for kids, Codeverse, or Dance With Me for adults, the idea is that you're bringing people together for some either social interaction or exploratory experience. Next one, Liz. I see this maybe being relative, maybe because so much of Burlington is family oriented, that we want to make sure that we're allowing for the proper development, not only of kids, but how things are being, shared with them. This is obviously, from the retail perspective, but, the Peppa Pig world of play, there, it's this kind of model in many ways is now being replicated for adults, but it's an interactive series of maybe kind of playrooms or exploratory themes, and that kids can interact with. The idea is to educate still kids and have them like kind of think and move through these spaces in unique ways. Next slide, please. You can see the transition. So in many ways, that kind of parlays into an adult experience. So the Museum of Ice Cream, I was actually in New York when I saw this. And it's essentially a series of, they call it a museum because they call it exhibition spaces, but it's really kind of the extenuation of these words, in that there's spaces like interactive places, because you can touch, feel, and immerse yourself in them. And what people like to do a lot is obviously take pictures of themselves and then share them on the virtual world. So it's this interesting to me intersection of in real life experiences and virtual. And then you go to the next one. These two, I didn't put definitions of them. They're still kind of forming. But you can look these up. Meow Wolf or Happy Place, similar ideas, maybe taken to more extremes in terms of how they build out this space. But the basic concept is you're going into a very new world. It's immersive. You're paying tickets. Maybe you're having some, food. Maybe you're sharing that online, but it's unique enough, and that becomes the draw, what brings you there. Whereas before it used to be department stores, and the fact that you couldn't shop anywhere else, now these are becoming more of the draw. Next slide, please. Also interactive, and what we're seeing is the food oriented combined, or the sport oriented combined with food. And just next door, I don't know if anyone has seen this, but in Lexington they have Revolution Hall, and there is shuffleboard, there is ping pong, there's a lot of like kind of sport oriented activity, and it's combined with good food, or in many options for food as well as drinks. But this is what's bringing people in. Next slide, please. Similar themes, and as we've seen this here, we have kings, but climbing walls are another interesting thing. People are being creative of what they are combining to make an interesting thing to do. Oops, my phone's ringing. Next slide. So we've seen this here in town as well, but this is again where we want to make the language clear and where we want it to happen. A lot of these are becoming high-end spaces because the technology has been advanced, so that it's not just going to be, as what we're hearing, it's not just going to be maybe golf, but it could also be soccer, as you can see in the bottom right hand corner. You're still trying to bring people in. There's a virtual component to this type of retail experience, but yet there's a physical social piece because you're inviting people and you're trying to create those spaces for that. Next one, please. And these are ones that we've kind of seen a little bit more in smaller spaces. Maybe the virtual, which is completely, immersive in smaller space. Escape room, which is, a little bit more built out but immersive. So these are also things that we're seeing that are bringing people in, interactive and immersive. I think that might be the last one. Is that right, Liz? Is there one more? Oh, we had one more similar around the themes. These can be held in smaller footprints when they're in the virtual and immersive world. But the idea is they're also higher end. So some of the clientele for this, as we're understanding it, is not just for a gaming teenager, but it's also for these corporate entities that are bringing people together, which is still, as much as I know the workplace is in flux and we're talking a lot about work from home, when we're bringing people together and when we're trying to create camaraderie, these are places and these are things that corporate entities are looking at, and that's from our HR people. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. Kristen's been part of these conversations, so I think from both of our perspectives, we'd like to kind of share this as kind of a staff recommendation to make these adjustments. Again, they're more about the existing space and what's allowed. It's not creating more development capacity. It's making sure that the space that we have has more tenant options that can go into them. And Madam Chair, if that's okay, I'm happy to take questions.
So Madam Chair, I just want to add a few comments. So Melissa got to do all of the really cool parts of so I will tell you all the really boring parts as to why it doesn't work in
The bylaw. So a lot of these uses are falling into like that billiard, bowling, amusement place, kind of arcade, skating. I mean, it just fell into that category. That category is allowed only in the BT district, which is pretty much nowhere. So, we've allowed some of these type of uses, kind of figuring out how to shoehorn them into like other than nonprofit educational use, but it's not clear at all. The interpretation has been all across the board when people have come in to get an interpretation of the bylaw to allow these cool things. And what we're really hearing is people want to go out and do things with people because they're in their house and they want to, and you can't do these things at your house. So that's really where we're seeing a lot of uptick. And we've been talking to the retail areas, and they're like, well, we could have had all, X, Y, and Z. We're like, oh man, that'd have been cool. So we're looking at obviously the bigger future of the Burlington Mall, but we kind of ask people, what's the one thing? If there's one thing we can do sooner than later, and it all came back to kind of this experiential, immersive experience places for both kids and adults that there are all these cool things coming up, and we're really unable to easily identify where they fit in the bylaw, and that's kind of how this came to be. So Melissa and I have been working, putting this together and getting a good definition and trying to figure out how to work in the bylaw. So this is just opening. We will see this next meeting with, we'll have a joint meeting also with the signage that Sally Willard is bringing forward. So land use and zoning bylaw review will be with us at the next meeting, but wanted to open this up for you guys to start digesting now. So I guess we're just looking for questions and comments so we can bring back any information for you at the next meeting.
I think it's a great idea. We're bringing that F word back into Burlington, the fun word. I know, don't say it. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
This is similar to, at one time they had a thing where you bowl the ball down into a circle and score that way and so forth. And that was kind of fun because you have 3 or 4 people playing and, everybody's trying to figure out who was going to buy the drinks.
The loser always wins.
I was just wondering, and maybe a question for staff, and off the top of my head, I don't know, but some of our retail uses are now in PDDs. Was any thought given to that? Are we leaving those out, or is that something?
At this point, as you know, that you have a King's in Northwest Park. They do have a use that's kind of an entertainment type use that we don't have in the regular bylaw.
Okay.
Regular zoning bylaw. So, we're not intentionally leaving them out. Some of them have already categories that could work. The zoning bylaw as a whole does not, so we're starting there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the presentation, Melissa. I love the idea. I think the trend now with life is we're all being shut in. We're working remotely. We're ordering stuff at home from Amazon, and people are forced in rather than going out. So this is a nice reversal of that trend. It gives people places to go, even though Instacart makes you feel like the king of suburbia, it's nice to be able to go places and have places to go. So big fan, love the idea. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Does anyone in the public have any comments on this item? May I have a motion, please?
To continue this matter, the planning board meeting of November 18th, 2021.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you for coming, Melissa. We'll see you at our next meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we have one more item to cover.
We do. Item B is a public hearing, petition to amend zoning bylaw, Article 2 definitions.
Article 5, use regulations, Article 8, overlay districts, Article 10, miscellaneous and special regulations to define and regulate outdoor seating and placemaking uses. Welcome back, Melissa.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, my name is Melissa. I work as the Economic Development Director. And the second piece, Liz, I'm wondering if you could still pull up that slideshow. Thank you. So similar, this is another proposal for your consideration. And this is a proposal for addressing the outdoor seating, and I will say placemaking, mostly that came out of our COVID era practices. So I have a short presentation here, and then again, just like the previous one, would love to hear your feedback and any concerns or issues that you see with this. So this is only the purpose and the procedures at the beginning. This page is actually a little longer, but it kind of starts to show what we're trying to do with it. And if you recall, during COVID, in the peak of COVID, during shutdowns, one thing that started to come into practice was trying to separate and keep people outdoors, primarily for health reasons, because it allowed people to have more circulation, kind of keep the air kind of free flowing to avoid the spread of COVID. A very happy kind of consequence of this was that we started to see more outdoor settings and parking lots, sidewalks, and what we started to see, and this is not just in Burlington, but this was across the Commonwealth, more activation in the streets, more activation on the sidewalks. And what we kind of found out was, like, if you bundled well enough in the technology of clothes and stuff, that you could actually be outside for a little bit longer, and on warmer days actually enjoy being outdoors. And so what this proposal is about is trying to facilitate the short-term seasonal outdoor placemaking that we were able to do during COVID the last year and a half, and make it just easier for businesses. And if we go to the next slide, similar, like, why are we doing this is mainly we've had a lot of success during the COVID era with this. We saw places kind of activate a little bit more when it's this, maybe, I'm sure there's environmental psychology to this, but when you see people outside, it attracts you, it piques your interest, and then it draws more people. So it enlivens space. It also allowed people to be more safe, which, beyond COVID, whether it's now flu or anything else, people are kind of appreciating being outdoors a little bit more. And several businesses, this is more anecdotal, I don't have a quantitative analysis on this, but anecdotally, we have heard from many businesses that they have supported this and that their customers actually really appreciated these options. I know that there had been a Boston area poll that said, hey, I don't have it in this PowerPoint, but it did say, it tried to poll people to say, hey, would you want this, even though it may cause some more parking difficulties or some, transportation difficulties, would you want this? And overwhelmingly, people said yes, even in the face of that. So it really kind of, I can bring that to the planning board, but we do have that poll for the Boston metro area that said people wanted this. And through the Chamber of Commerce, they have a government affairs committee, and most of the property owners and businesses have expressly said that this would be one local intervention that they would undoubtedly support moving forward. The second item here is just remaining competitive. Much like the previous proposal, we want to stay competitive. We do not want to be like, innovation's happening, we understand that, but if we don't allow that in our zoning and we don't allow for that, then our competitors, nearby people, will be doing that, and we don't want to be at, kind of scrambling. So I think we want to almost kind of innovate for ourselves here and make sure we're staying competitive. And then the third component here that I mentioned is that we have a history that has been really successful, kind of unbeknownst to us. We actually really had a pilot program in many ways, and that's what I kind of listed here. Because of COVID, we had to hustle to create a task force. That task force included police, fire, building, Board of Health, planning, economic development, to look at any temporary proposal during COVID prior to the town administrator approving it. So we have kind of a foundation. If we go to the next slide, and I'll show you a couple other things, but the Board of Selectmen and Planning Board also approved some temporary measures. So it gave us a solid foundation. And we haven't received any complaints. So, I mean, I think that's also the other piece of it. This slide just shows that this is from the state. The state has received money from ARPA to do what they call a rapid recovery plan. And we've had a local rapid recovery plan initiated in the town center. And it's just this kind of reinforces, if anything, that we had outdoor dining retail community toolkit, because many communities, it's not just Burlington, but many communities are trying to figure out how to best support this. So next slide, please. And just for kind of a reference point, these were the existing temporary, kind of the temporary guidelines for outdoor dining that we had reviewed as Planning Board and Board of Selectmen. Next slide. We went as far as creating an online application. So we have anyone who did ask after we kind of got this established. So we had probably about, I would say about 5 to 10 maybe outside of the online application when we first started, but then we kind of tried to streamline it. And then so currently we have an online application for any temporary requests under the COVID task force. And so anything under this actually is good till April 2022. And that's why we are interested in moving this proposal forward for January so that we can kind of encourage it beyond the spring. Next slide, please. These are just a couple examples of what did get initiated through this process. We had Pressed Cafe, and then we also had the up to the left right was 3rd Avenue. Next slide, please. And then we had our placemaking under the same authority to take the 4 parking spaces in that top right corner against the white wall. And this was a little bit more elaborate, this picture, granted, sorry, because it was really only this section and to the right of those barriers. We had to get special permission to close the whole road. But the idea is that we can transform places temporarily with little impact to the parking conditions, but big impact to the businesses. If we're allowed the flexibility with limited resources demanded on the businesses themselves as well. I think that's the end of that presentation.
Melissa, can you talk just a little bit about the approval process and where it will sit in the bylaw?
So currently, in terms of the building inspector.
Yep.
Is that what your question is, Kristen?
Yeah, I just wanted you to talk about the process of review that's proposed.
Okay. So currently what's being proposed is that if an applicant comes to us requesting this, we're asking that with the language that you see before us, that the building inspector will have the authority to approve any temporary request, but it's based on guidelines, the ones that we saw. We might have to kind of adjust those just to make sure everyone's on board for moving it forward, but based on guidelines and then based on approval of that task force. So the goal is to keep the task force, which has police, fire, building, Board of Health, planning, myself, to check for any red flags, ensure the safety, make any recommendations, and with that approval of that group, it will give the building inspector the reassurance of approving it, but it would still be seasonal. Does that help clarify it?
Does anyone have any questions? I know I do.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I have lots of questions. I love the idea. I like having more outdoor seating. I think that's really important. I'm not entirely comfortable with the review process because it's temporary, but if I'm reading this correctly, temporary is 3 years. And that's a long time. So some of the things that I think we would need to talk about so that I could feel more comfortable with it would be, we'd need to address things like crosswalks and safety. We need to address signage. I'd want to talk about how we can beautify these areas, because as we have seen during COVID, it happened very quickly, and that was a good thing. I'm not complaining about it, but some people did it really well, and some people did it not so well. And I don't think we want to have Jersey barriers up all over town protecting people. I think we can do a better job, and we'll need to talk about that. I'm wondering, where was it? Yes, this on 10.10.36, if the outdoor seating is located on a real property, no, not that one, 3.5. If someone other than the entity, some other entity other than the owner of the real property, I'd like to understand that better and maybe get some examples of that and how we would control that. I'm assuming with 10.10.3.7 that the vendor would have to already have a liquor license. I'm assuming that, but I think it should probably be a little more clear. And then the thing that really it comes down to is that from 3.8 to 10.4, I feel like in the event the building inspector determines that the proposed outdoor seating is permanent, that seems kind of vague. Based on what? And then we say that it's temporary and it's valid for 3 years. Is it renewable after 3 years? Is it renewable for another 3 years? Or is that the trigger at which point it has to come to us and become permanent? I have a lot of questions. I don't want to throw up roadblocks to this because I think everybody loves the outdoor seating, and I do too, but I want to make sure that we're doing it well and doing it safely and making sure that does not become an eyesore. So, those are my questions.
You touched on a couple things that I had, and then I have a couple more. I definitely agree on the crosswalk safety and beautifying the barriers, because we know how interesting things can get, let's put it that way. You know, I see that, you know, we have the parking requirements, that's blank. Do we have any idea of what that's gonna look like? You know, have we put a ballpark number in there, or, you know, what are we putting for a blank here?
So Melissa and I have been going back and forth quite a bit on this one in terms of, you know, what worked during COVID. There wasn't very many, I mean, people were outside because they couldn't be inside. Burlington historically has been kind of a very high, with a lot of employment, it's a very high, let's meet after work for dinner and then everyone's single occupancy vehicle goes to that place and then leaves to go home. Whereas at lunch, they kind of can hop in together and then go back. So I think what we're really trying to figure out is how many seats are allowed under the special permit overall, how many parking spaces are in the parking lot. If you're using space that's not in the parking lot and you just take seats, say you have 100 seats and you take 20, and then you have 80 seats inside and 20 outside, and the same number of parking spaces, there's no issue. It's kind of, as you run that equation over a whole bunch of different types of property, and some properties there's no problem, there's plenty of parking, and others there's not. So we're really just trying to continue to work on that in terms of, do you have 100% of seating inside? I mean, and we also see seasonally, it's very rare that there's 100% of people inside and all outside. It's usually people gravitate outside and there's less people inside. But really, we don't have a good quantitative, we haven't really quantified that well enough to figure this equation out. And then if you're using the parking lot to create outdoor seating, which is a nice idea, is there still enough parking left overall for all of the seats that are there? And again, in some areas, you say absolutely, it's so packed, we need to work, figure this out. Others, there's plenty of room, so we're just kind of working on that. And then to the question of property owner and tenant, if a tenant requests, what we don't want to be is the arbiter of who gets what, who gets to use what parking spaces for their outdoor seating, and some other tenant doesn't or does, and we want the property owner to be the manager of their spots, where they will allow different tenants to go. And anyway, but that percentage, we're still kind of figuring out what is a good benchmark. As Melissa's been explaining, she's looking at a lot of different towns. Some towns just say if your outdoor seating doesn't count in your parking count. In some areas it does. So we're just looking at different areas to figure out what makes the most sense. What this board has typically looked at when approving parking counts for indoor seating and outdoor seating, you've looked at kind of 50% parking need for outdoor seating versus the indoor seating is 100%, because we acknowledge that trend of it's not usually 100% full out inside when there's outdoor seating. So anyway, that's it. We're opening tonight. That's still kind of something that we're looking to get a little more understanding on.
Thank you. 10.1.3.2, outdoor seating must be located adjacent or near the building. I think we might want to quantify like what constitute what's near, how many feet, because what's near to me might not be near to you. How does this affect those folks that have been using, the sidewalks and maybe don't have that parking? How does that get addressed? And then the small business owners that, maybe can't afford the Jersey barriers or don't have that parking, is there any type of funding or grants or something that the town can do to help those folks? And I think,
Madam Chair, are those questions or are those kind of concerns to consider moving forward?
I think a little bit of both. The near is definitely.
something to consider. The question would be, is there funding, and then what happens to the folks who have been using, the sidewalks? So, especially in the downtown area, a lot of those folks use the sidewalks. While there is the pocket park, can they use the pocket park to serve food? Because that, in essence, is near their building. So the Indian restaurant or the Asian restaurant, both of those, and who gets it, right? So, that would be my thought, at least in that area of town. Does anyone else? Mike?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I'd want to add is, I know that you have on 10.10.3.3, the area must be protected by barriers. My biggest worry with these type of places is the safety. They're temporary places that are not in the initial building plan. I'd like to see a better definition of what is required by the barriers, and maybe a minimum requirement on barriers, just to make sure that safety is addressed. And it's definitely paramount with these places, and maybe we can put in a beautification element in there so they don't look
Right.
kind of like eyesores. But I do want to see at least minimum requirements for the barriers, for safety's sake.
During our economic development committee meeting, we talked about potentially wrapping, having kind of a standard wrapping around the like each barrier. So rather than having just this ugly, cement barrier, it could be, maybe it says something about Burlington, maybe it's fun facts, maybe it's something, but I think would be a lot less inexpensive.
Not advertising, but not plain cement.
Right. And I think that would be helpful.
And that's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess my questions are concerning the same thing that I guess Member LaRue has said about the aesthetics, and Member Espaillo and the chair with regard to, a lot of this stuff says the approval by the building inspector. I mean, we have historically spent a lot of time, particularly if we're talking down the town center, with this board in parking and seasonal. So it just looks like to me that that's, gone to the building inspector, and I think if that's the intent of someone coming before the board and explaining what they are, and, talking about maybe landscaping around there, which takes a lot of time, and Otherwise, it's just a pretty quick approval there, or could be. You know, so if we're talking downtown, you have whether it's tarps or any other type of activity that may not be in a plan because there's no plan. You know, I have concerns about that. So it's usually something the planning board takes the time on, and I understand you're trying to make things quicker, but not come before the planning board, but that's where seating and parking spaces and aesthetics all come into play at these meetings, and they get a lot of time on them because they're important. The definition of a season, we've had applicants come in for seasonal seating, and the season is pretty much the entire year that we've heard. So maybe a definition of what the season is, and then, you know, do they take it down? Or what do you do with Jersey barriers? Are you gonna move them out for 3-4 months? That's kind of a concern. Or do you just keep them up? And again, it looks like, yeah, the reapplication of it, or do you continue to approve, or is it after 3 years? That's also something that should be considered. Or maybe after 3 years, you come to the planning board for the permanent piece of that, you know?
It's not clear.
Unclear. But I'm just suggesting that's probably what you do if you're gonna go permanent with, you know, kind of outdoor and parking and all that stuff should probably come here.
3 years is kind of a long
I
time.
was just thinking that. I was thinking maybe it could be a year as your temporary. See how they do,
Try it out.
see if they have any
And
complaints.
let's do it a year, yeah.
And then they come back for more
Yeah.
permanent.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
To me, this is a classic example of what the planning board does. I mean, people start doing something and it gets to a point where it's important enough to say, hey, wait a minute, you know, we gotta formalize this a little bit, and it gets to the planning board. This is what's happening here. I would just, you know, the things you have pointed out, I agree with. The one thing, I was walking down the sidewalk the other day down towards True North, and I said, somebody somewhere has developed an aesthetically good-looking barrier. Because, you know, you see the concrete, and I'm sure that design people and so forth, you know, you could have those barriers, and if they had a little color, if there was a little more than just concrete and so forth, it would be much more acceptable. So I think the staff and all of us should keep an eye out, because I'm sure that's gonna happen. Because wherever there's money to be made, people, you know, clever people usually find that out. So I hope to see that coming along. But this is an interesting use. People decided they wanted to do it, and that's great. And my only concern, really, as I've watched it, and glad that it got to the planning board, was the attention we pay to safety, which is very important. But I think aesthetics are also, so keep your eye out for a good-looking
For an attractive Jersey barrier.
barrier, yeah, because people love it. They're outside eating and enjoying it.
Sure.
We ought to do whatever we can, not only to be sure they're safe, to, you know,
Nice.
add what aesthetics we can to it, particularly in a place like the town center.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just one other thing, if I could add. I think I would be more comfortable with this. I understand that there's a need to move quickly. But I also think that what we do, like Bill said, it takes us a while because it's important. So maybe I would feel more comfortable with something like this if they received this temporary permission from the building inspector with the understanding that they had to come to the planning board within a certain number of months and get permanent approval from the planning board within a certain time frame. So that way they can, we're not holding up their business, they can start, but they still have to come through the planning board process.
I'd be agreeable to that. One other thing that I didn't mention, and I just thought of is, you know, when we were talking about seasons, people will still eat outside in the winter, and what about heat
Especially now.
lamps? do we talk about heat lamps? Like,
Oh,
we,
yeah.
we should address heat lamps and some
True.
type of heat source. You know, does anyone want to have an open flame or, you know, a fire pit or anything along those lines?
Yeah, we had a lot of conversations during COVID and the temporary task force about heat source, heat outside, under tent.
And, you know, for that matter, music. Yep. You know, for types of, you know, any type of noise. Those are two things I think that also need to be addressed in here.
A couple places I've been to that are considered outdoor have really turned into indoor. You know, whether it's going to be plastic, you know, sheeting, and then, you know, it ultimately becomes a structure. So now you're it's not necessarily outdoor anymore. It's basically on the sidewalk, but, you know, if you go through like Davis Square, you'll see
Right, the
everything now. You've
pods.
got structures up, not pods, but necessarily, but you've created your outdoor space, and now it's getting a little colder, so now we're putting plastic around it, and now it's basically contained inside versus outside.
Tavern on the Square kind of did.
Igloos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they all, even, not just the igloos, they have the outdoor area that
Oh,
then
yeah.
gets,
It now becomes an extension and
yes,
attached.
yeah, and it's now Four Seasons.
Yeah.
Which did come to you after they were.
Yes, it did. I'm not, and I'm not complaining
know.
about it. I'm just saying you could see how this could happen. All of a sudden, you know, screens go up and heat lamps come in, and it's now year round.
Right.
The temporary idea that Barbara suggested is probably not a bad thing, because if it was even a year or 8 months or whatever it was, we would have a chance to look at it and say, well, yeah, it looks okay, but, you know,
Yeah,
this
we'd
could
like
be
to see
better, or
it,
that could be better, or whatever. So it's almost like a trial process.
Yes.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
But we still have to make sure that it's safe during that trial.
Well, I think you also have to get the police department involved too, and their
course.
traffic people, and make sure
Right, well, I
that,
think that's built into this.
right,
Um,
should be.
yeah.
Yes.
May I share just some of our past experience?
Of course.
So I think I'm just trying, I'm taking notes, but in recognition of anything that is permanent, I think we have a good precedent in that, you know, Tavern on the Square had looked at using a space that they initially said was temporary or seasonal. But then they wanted to utilize it through winter, and establish it as a connection to the building. And we had said that that was a, you know, kind of a material change, so that they went in, I thought they sought out an amendment to their special permit, correct? Did I lose everyone?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Spend a lot of time.
So I think through what we have proposed, the building inspector would provide the guidelines, and those guidelines could define the season better, could define the beautification, and kind of the standards for what's acceptable for the aesthetic. So some of those things, so what I'm hearing, I feel like we can address them through the guidelines and the recommendations to the application for this. The goal is to allow businesses, though, to invest enough in the upfront cost, because the rub with a situation like this is if they don't know there's a certainty, the furnishings, the barriers, everything will be shot, will be least expensive options, so that, because they don't know that it can endure. So the goal is that with, you know, 3 years, it's seasonal 3 years, so that it does come down at certain times. And I think, you know, defining the seasons really makes sense. But the idea is to allow for some investment in decent furniture, decent barriers, so that we can establish, you know, that presence. Because I too agree with the board that, you know, this is very forward facing, and it should look good. It should look inviting. It should look like we are talking about. The goal is to enliven space, not look kind of something that we don't, that doesn't look like you want to hang out there.
Yeah.
So I think the intention is that. So I think we can work on defining that better.
Melissa, may I ask?
Please.
This,
Me,
to
the
me,
way this is phrased, this isn't 3 years. It says, in the event there are any changes to the foregoing, the applicant must apply for a permit from the building inspector. So that's regarding the 3 years. So it's, I'm not sure, but it's a little unclear as to what happens at the end of the 3 years. I think 3 years is too long. But even if we were to go for 3 years, it's not clear what's supposed to happen at the end of those 3 years. And that's important. Pardon?
Would renew the permit.
with the
So
building
what
inspector.
we've seen, what's been practiced, I should say, my experience and what we've learned from the state, what's been practiced is that you request kind of some sort of permit or acceptance
Right.
for the outdoor seating
Right.
for a period of time that has to be defined better. That, between, let's say, May and October, every year you can use that for 3 years consecutively. And then
Right.
after that 3-year period, you have to come back to the board or
It says they go back to the building inspector. They
building.
should come to the planning board.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so you're
Right.
requesting that it comes back to the planning board.
Right, and personally, I think it has to be a shorter term than 3 years, but whenever it gets renewed, if it's just continually renewed by the building inspector, that's not temporary, that's permanent, and it's completely bypassing the planning board. And the building inspector has his area of expertise, he does a great job, but it's not the same thing that we do. We do something different.
So we've been also, Melissa and I've been talking about, just the word temporary versus permanent.
In the zoning bylaw, the word temporary is defined as less than 1 year. So, and this is also a piece that I think we're just fleshing out, but, so if you take seasonal, and I know it's not explicitly spelled out here, but I know we had the conversation about it, so, and Melissa, you can certainly weigh in, but I think what you had explained to me was there's 3 years, but if it's seasonal, say it's 3 months, then it's cumulatively, it's less than.
Seasonal is not 3 months.
Total.
Seasonal is 9 months.
Right, of that year. And so
Yeah.
I was kind of, going on like, okay, so just because you have to think about the words you're using in anything in the bylaw, the words need to be the same as they're defined
Yeah.
elsewhere. So just in thinking about temporary being, a temporary use is defined in the zoning bylaw as less than a year. But I agree, it's not clear
Yeah.
that that's the case here. But I think that's something that we were trying to flesh out in terms of, is it, so 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, so you're at 9 months, so
Yeah.
then that over 3 years is still less than a year. So it's just, again, it's still a
Right.
work in progress.
But it's
in terms
not,
of figuring that
I mean,
out.
seasonal seating is 9 months now. But so, and I just want to make sure I want Melissa and Kristen both to understand, I don't mean to be tearing this down. I think it's a great idea. I think it's something that we should do. I just think it needs a lot more work.
Well, it's a new idea. I mean,
Yeah.
and it's one that we started with COVID. There's, definitely certain benefits we have to look at and the process refined, and we're here to begin.
Right.
This is the draft, and we're talking through it, so.
Okay.
I think we all have the same goals in trying to
Yes.
enliven and activate spaces. It's just, what's that process and how to do it, and who's involved, so.
This is a public hearing. Does anyone from the public have any comments on this item? Seeing no one? May I have a motion, please? Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of November 18th, 2021.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thanks so much, Melissa. I appreciate your hard work. You guys are doing
Thank
great
you,
on
Melissa.
this.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Kristen.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna have to leave, and I was hoping that we could have heard 207 Cambridge Street by now. I'm wondering if we could take that out of order, if that'd be possible.
Yes.
Motion to take 207 Cambridge Street out of order.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. May I have a motion to take 7D and 7G together for discussion purposes?
So moved and seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Item D is a continued public hearing. Application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 6.1.1.2, expansion of a non-conforming use of the zoning bylaws, 207 Cambridge Street, Phase 0, design as the applicant. Item E is a continued public hearing. An application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 4.3.2.15, storage and disposal of oils and fuels, petroleum products at the zoning bylaws, 207 Cambridge Street, Phase 0, design as the applicant. Item F is a continued public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 4.3.2.16, storage of hazardous and toxic materials, chemicals for retail sale, the zoning bylaws, 207 Cambridge Street, Phase 0, design as the applicant. Item G is a continued public hearing, application for approval of a site plan, 207 Cambridge Street, Federal Investment Trust is the applicant.
Madam Chair, if I might suggest, there's 3 people, 2 seats. I know we spoke with O'Reilly specifically at the last meeting. I don't know if you want to start with the property owners and the site plan discussion, maybe kick it off first.
Yep, if we could. Who's here on behalf of the property owner?
We'll certainly discuss them all together eventually.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thomas Murphy on behalf of the petitioner. With me is Kathy Kenyon. She's the one of the property owners or involved in the trust that owns the property. She came up from Texas for tonight's meeting, so she's very happy to be here.
Thank you for joining us.
We've obviously been back and forth several times over the past couple of months. We have submitted what we're proposing as a final site plan for your consideration. I also, which I just ran over and made a copy of, I'm going to give them to Liz now. We were asked to get some information on the noise barriers. So that came in a short while ago from the architect who's handling that component of the project. But basically, Madam Chair, and happy to walk through the plan with you, or if the board has reviewed it and just has questions, we're certainly willing to answer those. But we feel that we've come a long way, certainly since where we started. There's a lot more green space than they're proposing a lot more green space than there is now. We're going to have a drainage retention area tied into the drainage up Cambridge Street to address a problem that's been going on for years where water sheets down the mountain and goes into Cambridge Street. So that problem will be addressed. We have removed 9 parking spaces along the right front side of the building, shaded in green there. The back is where the retention pond is. Oh, it's not a pond, it's just a depression. And then we're taking the hot top out all the way out to the street and creating green space there. We're also narrowing the entranceway for traffic coming off of Cambridge Street and entering the site. That looks like a green tail that you can see on the plan. That'll be current egress that's going to be blocked off, turned into green space. There'll be some trees planted along there. Pear trees is what we've proposed, similar to what is along that part of Cambridge Street in front of other properties. The end result of that work, in addition to giving us a lot more green space, it will also be reducing or taking away 9 parking spaces that currently exist on the site. And there's a notation on the front 5 closest to the street that we kind of reserve the right to use those in somewhere down the road should the need ever arise. But for now it'll be green space, obviously. There's also some proposed plantings along the front of the building. There's going to be it's raised plantings, proposed flowers, plants, that type of thing along that area. And also along the left side of the building, there's also some additional plantings and whatnot. Some of that's part of the O'Reilly plan that I know that they've been before you in explaining it as well. So those areas shown there are the primary improvements to the front part of the building, on the front part of the site. Towards the rear end, on the left-hand corner, we're going to make that all green and we got some significant trees. I think there are maples and whatnot, trees there. We're blocking off what is currently a driveway that connects our site with the site behind us. So that will hopefully cut down, certainly with cut-through traffic and people trying to go across our property to get to the next property behind us. That'll also be green. To the right of that, there'll be a concrete pad, and that's where the dumpsters will go, with closure around the dumpsters and green space behind the dumpsters between the enclosure fence and the property line. We've removed all of the dumpsters and storage canisters and other things that have been at the back part of the property and along the right side there. Those are all gone and will remain gone. We're proposing putting an acoustical wall along the right side of the building to address some of the noise concerns that the neighbors up above have up in Woodcrest. That work is being done by a contractor that one of our tenants has retained. We've supplied staff with some information on that, and I just gave them some information on the sound suppression data. So the expectation is that will address the sound complaints, and also with the proposed acoustical wall going along there, will help aesthetically, and will also kind of dress up that side of the building. There's a few changes to the parking lot in terms of the thatching. We've added a thatching area in front of what would be O'Reilly's loading dock. They do get deliveries, obviously, from the materials that they sell in their store, and there has to be room for the truck to be able to offload those. There are other spaces where we've removed some of the existing thatching and we'll turn them back into parking, so that'll help with the parking situation here as well. There was a request at one point from the board to try to put some traffic islands or in the parking lot. We looked at that. We looked at that very carefully, but it was going to create, in our opinion, it was going to create issues with access by the trucks that come, like I said, that do come in there and offload at the various loading docks that go all along the side of the building there. It was going to make it very difficult for them. And it's also difficult from a plowing standpoint in the winter. So we're not proposing any improvements along that lines, but we feel that it's kind of a long parking lot, but it's not a very wide parking lot, and I think the traffic flow, in our opinion, has worked fine and will continue to do so. That, I guess, Madam Chair, is the gist of it. If I've missed something, Kathy will, I'm sure, tell me. But I think on the whole, we've probably accommodated 95% of the requests that we were giving, and I think it's a fair plan both to the property owner, and it's a great plan to the town in terms of enhancing the site, which is obviously one of the goals of this process, particularly to the front of the building with all the additional green space that's being added there to what right now is just a paved area that goes along that side of the building. So I think that's going to be an aesthetic improvement, certainly. Anything that you want to add, Kathy?
The 3 spaces we discussed?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We had also, a request was made to the 3 spaces, parking spaces to the right of the front door, if you will, the front door isn't used as a front door, and it, and as I understand from what O'Reilly's has represented, it won't be used as a front door. However, the 3 spaces are part of the lease with O'Reilly's that it's assigned to them under the lease, so we're obligated to keep them there. What we've suggested to O'Reilly's, and I think they've agreed, thought it was a good idea, that would be employee parking. I think one of the concerns was that people pulling in would park there thinking that was the front door, and then they couldn't get in. I think the intent would be if O'Reilly's employees parked there, they wouldn't be available for somebody pulling in to park there. But they are in the lease to be available to them. So that's those 3 removing those 3 parking spaces was one request that we just couldn't accommodate because of obligations in the lease. But we'll try to address the perceived potential problem by asking O'Reilly's to use it as employee parking.
Could it be signed as such?
Sure, I'm sure we could do that.
My concern with that is that we've told other businesses that they couldn't have parking in the front. You know, Rockland Trust, we basically told them to find a new site because we didn't want the parking in the front. And so we made them move the building, they rearranged the parking, and I'm just wondering why those 3 spots are so important to O'Reilly. I don't really understand, because I go in there on a regular basis. I try to drive through there at all different times of the day, and these parking spots over here, there's usually 30 to 25, 30 spots, 35 even, I think there's just not a good utilization of the existing parking spots, and consequently, they're somehow thinking they need the 3 on the front. I understand the handicap spots, I fully understand that, because the ramp is right there, and that's, really, they need to be there. But those 3, given the fact that, if you look in the lot, there's virtually no spots even being used during the daytime. And, we're adding a use that was there before, and anybody who's been at that auto parts store before, I've been in there so many times, and I've been the only one in there. Literally, there's nobody parked outside, so I feel like it's overparked to begin with, and I don't know why those 3 spots are so important when the overlay really kind of dictates that front of these places should be green space and not parking. That's just my thought on that piece of it.
Are there O'Reilly people here tonight that could answer why that's a big deal?
There are O'Reilly on the WebEx.
Good evening, folks. Who's here on behalf of O'Reilly?
You're muted.
Can you unmute?
O'Reilly, you're muted. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Still can't hear you.
So,
It doesn't make any difference, It's not a big deal. To me, looking at it, and I don't want to take your time, it's your time now, that, this is so much of an improvement to the town center. The way they've built out the front. It's an auto parts store, but, I think the front really looks nice. Gonna have some flowers there and so forth.
There you go.
Hi.
We heard you for a second.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I just got a camera and microphone in my office for events like this, and it worked earlier, but now I think we're having issues.
We can hear you now.
Okay, awesome. So sorry about that. To speak to why those parking stalls are important to us in the front, we have 2 to 3 pickup trucks that we will use to make deliveries to other stores in the area. And so those 3 parking stalls would be away from the main entrance to allow for customers to park at the preferred parking close to the entry, but also give us a designated place to put those trucks. And we are able to put signs up, decorative, nice signs that will say employee parking only. And then most of the time, there will be an employee truck parked there for our internal store-to-store deliveries.
Will those vans or trucks be signed with O'Reilly Auto Parts signage?
No,
No,
no, it's okay. They're standard white. They just have a number on it because each vehicle has a number assigned to it. And then at the back, there'll be like a sticker, how's my driving? And that's pretty much it. We do not put any logo or detail on our vehicles whatsoever.
Right, but, I mean, by virtue of what you're saying, basically you want to, this is going to look like a commercial, it's going to look like a commercial lot. I mean, you're going to put the 3 commercial vehicles in the front of the place right in the center of town, right?
I mean, they're just like F-150 pickup trucks.
Yeah.
So it's just a black and white truck. It's just a white truck.
I guess, just in the interest of time here, is there a reason why those 3 trucks can't be designated in 3 spots over here?
There is not a reason, but we do feel that we have provided, or the landlord has provided, a significant amount of green space. And to get a change to the lease that has already been executed would be enough of a deal and time suck, honestly, that we would really prefer to not have to do that. The cars that would be parked there would honestly make it look like there's more people at the store. It would look like a truck it's a Nissan truck that you can get, or
Nissan Frontier,
a Nissan Frontier, or a Toyota Tacoma. I mean, it's a truck that any member of the general public could acquire. So I personally do not, from an O'Reilly perspective, we would really use those spots, and I do not feel that it would be a negative look to the shopping center.
Well.
So, Madam Chair, because I think,
First, please.
so when they make store-to-store deliveries, are they coming out the front door with the merchandise to take to the other store, the one on Cambridge Street, then, where the trucks are parked there?
No, that would all happen at our specific delivery doors. We would it's normally like a tote, it's not a Rubbermaid tote, but it looks kind of like a Rubbermaid brown tote that they'll carry out.
Okay with the tote, yeah. So basically, you're gonna drive the trucks back around to the delivery door, right past the main door on the side, and then do your delivery, and then maybe drive back to that delivery door to put the totes back, and then come back and park in front.
Actually, how we operate is we keep one tote in the truck, in the bed of the truck. So typically parts could just be handheld. Driver will just walk out, put it in the tote, get in the truck. So basically, as a store, what we try to do.
No, let me pause you there. It's not what I'm saying. So for them to get the merchandise to go to another store, they have to take the truck that's in front and drive it around the side, or they have to maybe carry the tote, is that what you're saying, from not the front door, but the side door, and then walk around to the front, to the car?
Yes, the point is it would be very useful for us to have specifically dedicated stalls so that we always know where our trucks are. We keep track of all of the drivers and where they are, what they're doing. We have to have the vehicles we have to know where they are, and it would be very convenient for us to be able to utilize these parking stalls for that purpose.
If they were in the parking spots over here, you wouldn't know where they are?
Seems like it would be more convenient to have them parked, to have a designated parking spot near that delivery door.
The delivery door
Yeah.
would make way more sense, right? I mean, it wouldn't be in the center of town, be commercial trucks. I mean,
Because what I think maybe we haven't communicated to you is we're not trying to reduce your number of parking spaces. This is because it's in our town center. We the goal of a whole town center overlay is to not have parking in the front, to try to put the parking in the back or on the side, the way most of your parking is. And that is the goal we're trying to achieve. It's not that we're trying to reduce your number of parking spaces.
I think from O'Reilly's standpoint, we would greatly appreciate being allowed to use those stalls. I do know that, and Kathy and the landlord's team can speak to this, but I believe that a significant amount of parking stalls have been given up. And I think not only would we use those stalls to just keep our business better organized, we also are trying to help support our landlord in making sure that they are they're parked properly, that they're meeting the parking count, they're not under. Those are 3 parking stalls that, you know, they're not going to get back if they dedicate that to green space. And I I think if this is a make or break it, O'Reilly's willing to find a different spot. But if this is a make or break it deal for our landlord, then we can't make that call.
Okay, this is a little confusing to me because the landlord is saying that they can't give up those 3 parking spaces because you want them. And you're telling us that you're retaining those 3 parking spaces for the landlord's benefit. So
It's a mutual benefit is what I'm trying to put across. They are dedicated to us in our lease. It's already written, it's already been executed. We've already planned to use those stalls. But if this comes to, I don't know if this is a deal between 2 parties that we are desperately trying to
Can I
make
interject?
happen.
Because I'm hearing 2 different stories, quite honestly. You know, the landlord and the tenant aren't the only people that are involved here. We have residents and we have people that live in this town. And we've created an overlay with certain criteria, and you haven't given even a half of a good reason why those spots are necessary in the front to go around what the preferred parking situation in the downtown center is. And, you know, that's the only people that we haven't considered in that whole thing are the residents. And, you know, I don't want to dig past stuff, but the bottom line is, you know, they dealt with multitude of violations over the past 30 years. And we're trying to reduce the amount of violations and make it so that, you know, residents can, you know, can live, you know, in harmony with businesses here. And you're sticking on spots that really don't make any sense. You know, you know, I know we were told we shouldn't be looking at both of these sites together, but, you know, the parking down there is just horrendous, the management of parking. You know, you've got spots behind the building next door, which is owned by the same landlord. They've closed off the parking spots so people can't even walk around the building. With a chain link fence, they've closed it off so they can't walk around. Well, those spots are no longer usable because no one's going to park there and walk the long way around the building to get to those buildings. So I feel like all this whole thing needs to be looked at together. And the problem is we're looking at it in piecemeal here, and we've been given reasons that they can't give us spots, and I don't, it makes no sense to me, so.
I think what you're hearing is, it seems it is a deal breaker for those 3 spots, I think is what we're getting here.
I don't think that that's the problem. The problem is at this late date. I mean, this lease was written months and months ago, took months and months of legal back and forth. And now all of us, we would have to go back. We didn't know that these 3 spots would be an issue when the lease was written.
But if any lease is written, any lease is gonna be contingent on you getting approvals.
Right.
I mean, so that's really, that, you don't put the cart before the horse. You write a lease and then you contingent upon approval.
And you can simply write a 1-page amendment that, you know, points out those 3 parking spaces.
And
that's what I do as a profession.
It could be held in reserve too. It's not
In reserve.
what was stated before. It's not necessarily so that you can never get them back. That, just like the other parking spaces that you're holding in reserve, these would also be held in reserve. in case you needed them in the future.
Right, we weren't aware of the town's objective to not have parking because the building next door has all the parking along the street. We put in trees and we never knew that there was an objection.
There was yeah, that was all prior to the overlay being planned.
Okay, but I'm just saying that when we did the site plan, we had no idea, or when we did this lease, so we hadn't discussed it.
Our problem for not communicating again to applicants that we have an overlay. That's
So,
not clear.
I'm not sure we ever get involved at the stage when they're negotiating.
I don't understand why 3 parking places should be a deal breaker, either way. I mean, we can go back to the lawyers, but we have a time concern with trying to get this drainage work done before winter. It's now probably unlikely because it's so late and our contractor is booked and everything, but we have been trying to get this done, before winter set in because of the ice. Been trying for 2 years, but last year with COVID, everything was shut down. So now we're,
So I think so that was the sticking point. The other issue that I personally had, and I want to take a step back and say, I thank you for all of the improvements that you have made. I know that the neighbors are going to appreciate this. I understand you don't live locally.
right.
I gotta tell you, this parking lot is like a raceway at night. And by putting just a small median at the end of, or a small island with a tree or something, some vegetation at the beginning, I would say almost parallel to above where the box that says row easement. Do you have the site plan in front of you?
I do.
So if you put something right there, I think that might deter people from racing through.
How do they race? Do they go,
They come from the restaurant, they come from, I don't know where they're coming from, but
do they do circles in the parking lot or did
they speed right through and
They
there's.
cut through to Terry Ave. They cut through from
They
Cambridge
in
Street to
back.
Terry Ave to avoid the lights, evidently, is why they do it, I would assume.
I think
but-
it's that, I think it's a combination of, people who are leaving the restaurant or, leaving other, other tenant spots. But there's typically a police officer that sits right there because of that reason. So I would really like to see that for safety reasons, not only for your tenants and O'Reilly, but for the community as a whole.
Where it says row easement, is that what?
I don't understand how that filling in the right place would.
Here in this corner, and this is, we staff, where's our?
You're talking about,
Right here.
So, if you could, right in the top, you go something.
How does that prevent people from speeding through there?
Well, because it would
I think
actually
they
make
were
it smaller.
some sort of
Well, it
triangle.
would make it smaller, to actually do
With
something
three
for the
here.
state.
Talking about somewhere.
I think,
Yeah.
If I may, I mean,
Please.
the problem from our standpoint is, that's how the trucks get in there. And if you put in an island, it's gonna make it difficult for trucks to go around. I don't get down there that often. Maybe you guys do. I don't. I've been down there once or twice and I don't see anybody in there. Never mind cars out, buzzing through there. I can't believe at night that people are gonna widen their way through there rather than take a right at the lights 30 yards down the street. That doesn't make any sense. I could see if the traffic's backed up, people try to do that, but that's not the case at night. From an aesthetic standpoint, I don't think that's going to add anything to the site aesthetically. And if somebody's at the restaurant and they get in the car and they're coming out to Cambridge Street or going out to Terry Ave, they're probably going to drive the same way they typically drive, whether it's too fast, that's not a good thing. It's carefully, that's a good thing. But whether that thing is there or not, as Kathy points out, that's way down the front end of the parking lot. So if the problem is out back where people are buzzing around out there, that's really not going to, in my opinion, address that problem, if that's in fact a problem that needs to be addressed.
Do you think speed bumps would be better?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, I know if I had to pick between giving up those 3 parking stalls at the front and the islands will ruin this deal and O'Reilly cannot do this lease because our truck cannot physically get in and out of that parking lot if we have islands there.
Okay.
Our semi truck, we did run a truck turn on this to see with the islands in place, and we physically cannot make it work.
One island would make the deal break. I find that hard to believe. I also find it hard to believe that your trucks can't come in from Terry Ave.
I am telling you, based on the access that we have in our lease and the truck turns that we have run, that will make O'Reilly back out of this deal. I can confidently tell you that the island will, if we can't get product in, we can't have a store.
Somewhere around here.
Yeah, we have no frontage on Terry Ave, so we can't use access without cutting across somebody else's property without the equipment, so that's just not doable.
They sent me their truck study that showed all the turning and everything, and they just couldn't make the truck turns around this island to get to their loading bay.
Even just that small one? Did you just do that small one? Because I know that actually we had talked about.
No, that's,
No, the,
staff at some point gave us a mock-up with just that, so we had that looked at. And it's a narrow, as you can see, it's a narrow neck. It opens up once you get by there, but this is right where the opening would be. You've got the entrance to the store on the right, so that closes it up even further. It's just not practical.
Well, personally, I'd rather get the three.
Yeah, I don't know if our landlord can speak to whether or not they're willing to, if a trade is even possible. I really want this to work, and I don't want us to have to back out of this deal. We want to be here, but we cannot make it work with those parking stalls. And if it means, or not with the parking stalls, with the island, we cannot make it work. If we can somehow trade the parking stalls at the front for no islands, I will do everything I can to make that work.
I'm there.
Deal. Done.
Deal.
All right. All right. I'll trade you three parking spaces in the front for an island.
okay. So, yeah, I didn't realize those 3 spaces were such an issues, or we,
I mean, it's a mass, we had a lease, with unilaterally change the lease. We're gonna have people down there doing the work. It's expanding. It's not a big deal from our end. I do understand, however, they'll have the same delineation as the other 5 that if we ever need them down the road, so.
Correct.
So we can modify what's in front of you by adding green space there with the same language saying that those 3 spots are back pocket.
Green space pretty much from the front door to the right.
Right.
Door all the way over.
And also, you're not gonna have people parking there by accident and trying to get in your front door. That's a benefit to you, but for us, it's
Okay.
following the overlay. I would be very comfortable with.
I'm hearing that the tenant's okay with amending the lease and taking.
Yes, I'm drafting an email now. If that is a trade we're willing to work for, we're more than happy to do that because we would like to have a store here.
We would like for you to have a store here.
Yeah.
Especially it looks like you're proposing.
Yeah, very nice
Yeah.
looking store.
I think before we move on to any of the other O'Reilly comments, did you have some comments about 195? Is it 195 Cambridge?
Do it.
Fencing?
Oh,
Fencing.
so, I mean, if we could bring that up now, I would be happy to say, right?
She does, we don't have the pleasure of seeing her quite often, so I think. we
Right,
need
so
to-
so you're talking about the building next to it that they,
Right.
so they put chain link fencing, which is not one of the fences that's even within the overlay, not even allowed within the overlay, but I guess a bigger concern of mine would be that, because it was told that they put the fence up so that cars wouldn't. Kristen, what was the comment that the cars wouldn't cut through? Is that what it was? Fencing was.
The chain link fence was there to keep cars from cutting around the back, and they could use the space there in front of the chain link fences 2 parking spaces.
Right, so they could do the exact same thing by not having a chain link fence and just creating an island with a couple of trees there. They can use all those as parking spots. But what it would accomplish above and beyond that is taking that fence out would allow the parking behind that building to be used the way we want the parking used in the center of town, behind the buildings. Right, so it's all the parking behind that building, there are literally probably 15 spots there that nobody parks in because
They're stranded.
Because they're stranded, because they would have to get out of those cars, walk all the way down to the end of the building to get around to the front of the building and walk where they could just get out of their car and walk right to the front. In other words, they've cut off, there actually should be a walkway, so there should be a little island with trees there instead of a chain link fence, and then a walkway, so people can actually park behind the building. And you utilize those, you know, and patronize those businesses. So we've done the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish by actually closing off the parking in behind the building to the building itself, instead of inviting people to park behind the building and walk around to the front of the building. So that's a big problem. It's completely contrary to the spirit of the overlay, you know, what the overlay was all meant to be. And it's a very easy fix, actually.
I asked why they put up that fence, and they said, well, there was a fence there that had fallen down and was a real ugly eyesore. So we thought the town would want us to put up a new fence to replace this ugly fallen down fence.
And appreciate that. Honestly, I know you did
Not intended to,
horrible fence down there. You're right.
it was not intended for any of
No.
those reasons. And, you know, if we want to know what you want us to do, we can do it.
So, through the chair, if I could, not to interrupt Joe, but the engineer's in the process of preparing a site plan for that. We're gonna bring it to you for site plan review and approval, so,
That would be wonderful.
and you'll have,
That would be perfect.
Let us know what you want on it before we do all this engineering.
And
You want that fence gone? The reason that there's some utilities there that they didn't want people backing into.
no, that's right.
So that's why they had,
You're absolutely right. But if you really, the management of the parking spots would be so much better if we could make those spots that are behind the building accessible, you know, so instead of the chain link fence, which cuts it off, so instead of chain link, in order to utilize those as parking spots in the front, if that's what you want, island, but we can do that in the site plan process. That would be,
do we own those?
I'm not sure how far.
I'm not
it
sure
goes.
we own
I'm
on the
not
other
sure.
side of that
Yeah,
fence.
Fred Russell's in the process of putting it together. He's just been crazy busy, he just hasn't got to it yet. So once we get at least what's there on paper, we'll sit down and we can figure out.
okay.
And if there's any other issues that are a problem on that site, let us know before we put our site plan together, and we'll, you know, that'll save us a lot of time and
Thank
money.
you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
You.
Madam Chair, before we vote, I just wanted to make sure Mike and I were talking. I want to show we understand what we all just agreed to. Here's the plan. So from the here to here will be green. And then from here to here is the, as it is. So right from where my pen is to the right would be green space, correct?
Straight-
In reserve.
Yeah.
Straight out to the street.
Yes, all with parking in reserve.
Yeah, if you do,
Okay, just want to make sure we're all on.
if you draw a line from the
Yes.
edge of the stairs,
Awesome.
But the space in front of the stairs, we need to leave pavement so people can
No problem.
park and back in.
And the other piece of it we didn't, because we were talking about, and I think I was talking about today, and there was lighting along, should be carried as it has with all the other buildings, right? The street lighting, the Yancy street lighting and trees was supposed, we will be accomplishing that as well as the banding of the walkway, if there's a walkway out there.
Yes.
Is that?
The lights are, the banding's gonna be tricky, because a lot of the right of way behind, even behind the sidewalk and the green space, they can put in the green space, but if you recall, in the areas where we've been able to do the banding, it's where the right of way is on the edge, and then the banding's right on the property right over, because DOT will not accept or maintain the banding, so it's been tricky.
Yeah.
So this site's gonna be tricky with the banding. It probably won't be possible on the sidewalk side within the right of way. So I know we've talked about it internally that, I mean, we can certainly ask, but
Can we pursue it anyway?
certainly
Yeah.
want to be, you know, explicit. They may,
Yeah.
in the past, they've said they don't support it and won't maintain it. I mean, we can ask.
Madam Chair, just on the same subject, I think this is item D on the bollards. Says all bollards on site should be black in color. I think what we need to do is expand that a little bit. similar to the lighting, you want them to be black in color and to be metal, and you want them to have that put in the town, I think you said some sort of antique characteristics similar to the storage center over there. Because when you say black in color, what will end up is we'll end up like the health center over there. There'll be plastic covers. So we want to be very specific on the decision on that. Okay? Maybe you can have me review it beforehand, because I think we were, even on the health one, we were very specific and it just didn't get in there.
So you said, what did you say about the lighting?
The lighting is similar to the lighting, it's right down in D, so section D, lighting's in F. So basically, same thing, you want to have it says the similar style as in town center ballers, but you don't want to be that specific, because it's the town center ball in front of the health center, it's not what you can have. Black in color, you want to be metal, you want to be antique characteristics in nature, and you can maybe give them a website to what that looks like, or something very specific.
It was a tree, and the trees, there were trees being planted, so
Yeah.
white tree line and lanterns.
There's, well, I just want to point out, there's 2 trees proposed here.
Yeah.
There was a discussion last week with O'Reilly that third, it was right in front of their sign and they preferred to have something else. You guys had discussed with O'Reilly at the last meeting that they kind of had that shrub, that kind of more flower bed, and you wanted them to beef it up to more, at least a shrub bed. And see if there was a tree that was, like, there's a lot of retail centers, you see, pears and some other things that you can kind of see through, like Wayside Commons, there's a lot of the
Yeah.
trees that have a lot of visibility through them, they're not big dense trees.
The center has all trees, and they're in front of the signs, and everybody can see the sign.
Right, so we'd look to have trees and more enhanced shrubs than just this flower bed. But something that we could find a compromise with O'Reilly and the
What I had was the stairs, because they're all, right now, it's all peeled off concrete, looks like it was stuccoed, and then it would peeling off. Is that gonna be done? Because I know the beds are gonna be done in a stone, right? Is that?
That's
The planters in the front were gonna be done, oh, that's O'Reilly, so. Okay.
Right.
So the stairs,
the raised beds we were gonna do. Riley was talking about putting stone on. We haven't really clarified that. We
on the foundation.
out of trees in this 9 parking space area. Not just the 2 in the front, but, a whole bunch of trees and shrubs and flowers in this 9 parking space area.
That's great.
Have lower growing trees in front of the building
Mhm.
as requested. There's trees that don't get very tall.
Yeah,
Right.
you're exactly.
So maybe the stairs could be done the same way the foundation is done, and then you can do a tread out of something else, like a granite tread on them or something, and then, the stone on the bottom, like a foundation, and the railings, we were talking about the railings instead of the commercial looking, black metal railings, it'd be more wrought iron look.
We have what we have in here is a wrought iron like look,
Okay.
necessarily obviously wrought iron.
As long as it's not plastic. Yeah.
But so actually, so the rest of the board on that wrought iron like, or just as long as they're metal or
Well, that's what I'm saying. It could be, there's black,
not plastic? I'm
there's
just.
black commercial looking metal that's not wrought iron look. And
Very different.
right, it doesn't, it's not just metal railing painted black.
So all this stuff's in the guidelines of the overlay district.
It's all in
right?
the
So it's all in the guidelines. So if they look at the guidelines, they can see what we're looking at. Where else are we in town? Do we have something like that? Example. Was it the new building next to the high school over that area?
Oh, the dentist office?
Yeah.
Whatever.
So maybe we can give an example of what we want to go to there.
Well, no, actually, right across the street there's the wrought iron fencing at the storage place, right? The gates.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah,
all
you're right.
wrought
You're
iron.
right.
That's all.
Good, good. Right across the street.
Ontario Ave.
Yeah,
Well, I have to say, I think
and the
this
balls there too,
Great.
just the same
is
balls.
going to be
Same
a
ball?
really nice addition.
Yeah.
Huge
No,
improvement.
thanks, yeah.
I'm excited about doing it. I mean, my father had this building for years and he's been ill for 15 years and he just wasn't fit, things just got neglected. And now, you know, we have more energy and, now that he's gone, and we're gonna do better.
The intention, back when the overlay was being done, was to actually make that retail, which would have been a better use for you. And
Right.
I think people were, there were people on the committee that were saying, well, that's like a taking. I said, well, it's not really a taking because it's making it more, it's more valuable than industrial is, right? So,
Yeah. I think what O'Reilly's gonna do and what we're gonna do is gonna look really nice.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank the O'Reilly folks working with us. I think the building's come a long way from when we first looked at it. And we're excited to have you. And as you can tell, the town center is very important to us and how it looks. I think it's going to look great. And the community, I know, I've heard a lot. People are excited for you guys to come to town. So I can't wait to see you guys open up, and we're looking forward to having you.
Hold off on buying windshield wipers till they get
But thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick thing. I drove by there today, and there's a couple of shopping carts in where one of the dumpster enclosures is. And I know you said you cleaned everything up, but I don't think we want the shopping carts still in there, so I can get those removed.
They're not in the state plan, so we'll make sure
I said everything's good. It looked great. It looked really good, but then I happened to look in the.
Yeah, I went by there last night and I saw those, I took a picture and they're gone today.
Okay, well,
All right.
Just my.
This is a public hearing. Does anyone from the public have any comments on this item?
I just want to make sure that you guys don't have any other questions for the O'Reilly and facade before we close.
Yep.
And I wanted to just mention one thing, that we started this whole project with kind of two different plans that weren't really jiving together. So they teamed together. There's O'Reilly, there's a lot of work done by O'Reilly, there's a lot of work done by the property owner. O'Reilly's the tenant moving in, but this is kind of all a package coming through. So for O'Reilly coming in, O'Reilly opening and operating is also contingent upon. We know that there's, if it's the middle of winter, you haven't done a landscaping, we can think about that, but it's an understanding that all of this work is going to be done all together, identify who's doing what, and make sure that it's all kind of happening before O'Reilly starts opening and operating. So that's it.
Just along those lines, just for the record, some of these, obviously given the time of the year that we're currently at, some of the improvements might not be made till the spring.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, that's why.
Somebody making me a coffee.
I'm sure, it's 9 o'clock. We're not gonna get through this agenda until 11.
Yeah.
And I do want to commend you because, I feel like this is the way it should be done. If we have a new tenant coming in, the landlord should be coming in at all times.
Okay, you might want to put yourself on mute.
Yeah.
If you're not talking.
So can you mute them?
Did we find out, did anybody,
It
do
may
they want
be,
to talk?
it may
or
be
they-
to that, you asked the public and I
Yeah.
interrupted, so it may be.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anyone in the public that just have any comments on this item?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Would you please identify yourself?
We can hear you.
Yes?
Hello, would you please identify yourself?
We can hear you.
Yes?
Hmm.
Would you please identify yourself?
Oh, we got a delay. They're listening to their, listening to.
Are you watching this on television and talking on the WebEx? Because we can hear an echo. But I know that you do want to speak.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, I know somebody else was trying to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, well, thank you.
Okay. Hi, Walker. I was just, my other question is on the wall. When are they gonna start this wall for the noise?
Well,
We have to have an approved site plan first. We can,
The goal is the goal, I believe, we're ready to approve the site plan. Once the site plan is approved, how quickly can you get it done? Or how quickly will you begin?
Correct. Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, the tenant lined up the contractor, so I don't know if we have any firsthand knowledge, but I think they're,
I mean, we couldn't set a date because this has been a moving target, but I can
Right.
find out tomorrow morning.
I think, you know,
Okay.
with bidding, he's ready to go, but
Okay.
I just don't know how much lead time they need.
So if you could find
Now,
out, if you
is
could find
he
out
also,
tomorrow morning and let staff know, and
I will.
you can contact Mrs. Walker.
Yep.
And let her know when the wall will be, or when construction will commence.
Absolutely.
Does that work for you, Ms. Walker?
it does, is he also gonna fix that roof and be, it's not a very safe setup that he has as far as the roof, looks like it's gonna fall down.
I'm not sure if you can see the pictures that we're looking at, but it's gonna be quite a beautiful building once they're done with it, and
Oh, no, I think the building looks great, I'm just referring to where the compressors are.
Lean
I think
to it.
O'Reilly's did a great job.
Oh, yeah, no, that's gonna be.
It's a whole new wall.
It's,
It's a
okay,
whole new-
it'll be an entirely new wall.
So the lean-to.
Not, I understand there's gonna be a wall, but are they gonna replace the platform and the roof that they're all sitting on?
Oh, they should have. The roof was not even constructed right to begin with. They would
Yeah.
assume that's gonna be.
So they, as we mentioned before, they were put in, there isn't a building permit. So, but we have conditioned
Correct.
when they fix all of this, that they do it to building permits and like the standard.
Well, and it's not. I mean, clearly it's not built, constructed the right way, so I'm sure it would have to be rebuilt.
Yeah, I mean, right now it seems like there's kind of cobbled together materials to.
Sure.
I think there's gonna be that put down.
Yes, yes, it will be rebuilt.
It will, and inspected.
Yes, yes.
There'll be a building permit for that work, where there was not in the first place.
Excuse me, when I talked to the tenant, he's, he has to get a building permit. Can I give him an idea how long that would take him so that he can plan to start?
Hello, brother.
I mean, they, from submittal, I think they have 30 days to review, but often they don't take that long if it's something
Okay.
straightforward.
Okay.
But I would definitely, I mean, I'm surprised they haven't spoken already, since this was brought up a while ago.
Several months ago, yeah.
But I would advise that whoever's looking to do this work to obviously contact the building department ASAP.
Right.
And we'll get an estimate and send it to staff in terms of when things are starting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I think, just, shoring up. I mean, if you're gonna build the whole new wall, you want to make sure you're connecting it to something that. Stable.
Just one comment for the future, in the event that you were inclined to rezone the property, retail or something, I think the town would be very receptive to that.
We did rezone, we
Yeah,
rezoned it.
Found it already, Joe.
No, the whole building.
We use it for different uses.
Yeah, it's not,
Rezoned, it used to be split BG to IG,
Yeah.
but it's all in the overlay, but
that's right,
it's all BG underneath.
So they can,
under the overlay, but the underlying zoning.
Is all BG.
the whole
now it's,
building.
yeah.
We rezoned it last year,
Oh,
or
we,
say 2 years ago, when Advance left, Advance, Burlington Auto.
BG is
The whole thing's PG.
the whole building is BG, the underlying.
Yep.
Okay, good.
And just one more thing, Madam Chair, is there anything in the decision about not having car up here in the parking lot, is there somewhere in there?
Oh,
In, O'Reilly Auto.
that's an excellent point. If it's in anywhere, it's in the special permit, and I don't have that information.
Maybe I just missed it.
No, but
It will be.
all of that should be in there. It should that, because this is the whole thing that they came in with, the wholesale trade is the non-conforming use. There's no automotive that's allowed on this site.
O'Reilly came in.
Automotive
And
repair.
automotive repair, automotive, anything. And that's been expressly communicated to O'Reilly early on when we started talking.
Can we have it written down, because sometimes we get into these,
Right in the special permit.
Absolutely.
if it isn't already.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just one comment or question to both O'Reilly and the property owner. Does everybody understand what you're responsible for in all our discussions we've had? O'Reilly's gonna do this, property owner's gonna do that. If so, is there
any kind of an official document that you have between you, and could we get a copy of that?
There's no official document, but we've talked about it. And I think the lease spells out a lot of it, but not all the details, but we'll work it out.
Right, 'cause
I mean, mainly of this, sorry, this is Alicia from O'Reilly. A lot of this will be depicted by the two party sets of plans. They should essentially cohesively come together, but yes, we are aware O'Reilly is essentially taking on anything that's regarding the building and the looks, interior and exterior, and then essentially landlords taking on anything parking lot related. That's pretty much the basis on how the scope is split, but if there's something during the review that seems to be missing from both parties, please let us know. But for the most part, yes, we've been in constant communication. Flow communication's been great. A lot of it is contractually considered in the lease. So, if landlord fails or O'Reilly fails, there is consequence. So both parties have nothing but the best foot moving forward to get this done correctly.
The reason I'm asking is that every once in a while, we've had people come back and say, no, that wasn't for us to do, that was for the property owner to do, and the property owner says, no, that was the tenant's responsibility. I just would, you've gone to all this work and all this time.
I think your concern is valid, and just speaking personally, I am the project designer for this project. I do a lot of these. I coordinate with a lot of landlords. Sometimes things like that do happen, but we will work it out if it does happen. But I am relatively confident this should not be the case on this one, because we have went more and more into depth, especially on this particular project, than we typically would. So it should be covered. And like I said, we'll see landlord's plan. Landlord will see our plans. We're taking constant notes of these meetings. We're taking the feedback you're giving to the landlord. Landlord's taking feedback you're giving to us. So everything you tell them, I'm hearing and I'm making note of it. So if I don't see it on the plan, like, hey, this was missed, because I know at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to open unless the site's done the way you guys want it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that has a question or comment? I have a motion, please.
What do we
Close the
vote?
public hearing.
Oh, thank you.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request of Phase Zero design for special permit pursuant to Section 6.1.1.1, alteration of a non-conforming use, 4.3.215, storage of disposal of fuels, petroleum products, and 4.3.216, storage of hazardous and toxic materials, chemicals for retail sale of the Town of Burlington zoning bylaws to allow for the operation of an auto parts retail operation to be known as O'Reilly Auto Parts within the bylaws, to allow for the operation, within an existing 11,026 plus or minus tenant space for property located in the general business district, central business overlay, aquifer, and water resources districts at 207 Cambridge Street, subject to the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit B amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
What was that, 7?
So that was, yes. Moving on to the site plan. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request for approval of the site plan application of Federal Investment Trust for property located at 207 Cambridge Street to modify the site with regards to parking, drainage, landscaping, circulation, exterior utilities, associated site improvements, as reflected on a plan entitled Proposed Site Plan 207 Cambridge Street in Burlington, Massachusetts, prepared by Frederick W. Russell, PE, dated April 19th, 2021, revised to November 1st, 2021, consisting of 2 sheets, subject to the following provisions, terms, and conditions as amended.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
There isn't another motion, that's the duplicate.
Okay, I was just wondering what that was. Okay, good.
Thank you.
So,
Well,
I have a question.
Sure.
We're so close to our minimum parking, can we count those 3 towards any future parking requirements, like the 5? Can we
Yeah.
say we have 8 in reserve
Yes.
now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We look forward to, for
Thank
you
you.
to come back for 195. Thank you very, very much.
you very
I
much.
appreciate
Welcome
your
to Burlington.
patience.
Thank you to the O'Reilly
Welcome
folks.
to Burlington O'Reilly.
Is
Thank you.
somebody gonna let us know what the issues are there so that, at the other site, so we
We'll-
can?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll contact staff.
Please. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would set up like a working session that we
Yeah,
can.
We'll get in touch with them.
thank you.
And thank you for coming to join us tonight, all the way from Texas. Thank you.
You could have brought some warm weather with you, you know. Okay, folks, we're gonna go backwards, to 7A. 7A is a public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 4.2.6.12, commercial boarding, care, and treatments of bird, fish, animals of the zoning bylaw, 154 Cambridge Street. Cambridge Street Animal Hospital is the applicant. Who's here regarding this matter? If you folks would just come up to the microphone. And would you state your name for the record?
Sure, my name is Catherine Wilson. My name is Dr. McCullough, Retta McCullough.
Good evening. Thanks for coming. Steph, do you have some comments to start us off with?
Oh, you were talking, yeah. Sorry, I was looking at Liz as she's getting the plan together. So this is, shops at Simon's Park. Liz will get the plan out. It's the rear building. It's I'll certainly let the applicant describe the use, but a veterinary animal medical use. No overnight boarding, no daytime, like daycare kind of, it's, you know, for appointments. Animals are not staying overnight or long-term during the day. Overall, it's one of the smaller tenant spaces. Highlight the tenant space at the end, right?
Yes, one B.
The tenant space at the end. A lot of people got dogs over the last couple of years. With their pets, so, I know we do have some other animal hospitals and veterinarians in town, but I don't know, what I'm hearing is it's a long wait to get appointments, so I think it's a complementary use to downtown, and certainly would love to hear from the applicant. We do have a decision drafted. It's using the tenant space. There is no site changes to accommodate the use.
Great. Ladies, would you like to tell us about your business?
Sure, absolutely, yes. So my name is Catherine Wilson. My husband is one of the partners, along with Stephanie Segman-Benny, who's in the audience. And as you said, COVID-19, has had a lot of impacts in the animal industry. We've seen that it's really strained capacity to the max. We all work together at Concord Animal Hospital in Concord, Massachusetts, and we just see this need for veterinarians. We're getting clients from Melrose, from Boston, from places that are not close because they are not accepting new patients. So we were looking together for a good spot, and we really like Burlington. It's a really vibrant community. It's an animal-loving community. We saw, 6 dogs out right outside this building on the way in. And we really like this space. It's right by residential areas, so people could walk to us. It's right near the town center. So we're really excited about it. It'll be small animals, so dogs, cats, and it's Dr. McCullough who sees pocket pets, so all the small mammals, chinchillas, guinea pigs, rats, and bunny rabbits. But it'll all be day. We won't board anything overnight, no hospitalized patients. We won't do boarding or doggy daycare. We hope to have grooming. It's just sort of a complimentary, doesn't take up a lot of space. When we have a really good groomer that actually is hoping to move from Concord Animal to this spot, 25 years of experience, so we think that'll also be a good addition to the business. As big as it will grow, we're hoping it might be a 2-doctor practice, because Stephanie is just a couple of years away from being able to practice in here as well. So it won't be, it won't be enormous, but I think a good addition to the community, we hope.
Absolutely. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
I do, Madam Chair, actually. So will you be moving your practice from Concord to here?
This will be a
location.
totally separate business, yeah.
Okay.
I do have one question. For those dogs that are there like during the day, or waiting for an appointment, is there an area or a kennel that you're gonna have in the rear of the property, or is there anything outside? Outside?
We do, so there's an exterior door in the back. We really don't need to do it often at Concord Animal Hospital, where you have a surgery patient in for the day or one of the grooming patients. but that is an option out the back. We could take them leashed outside. Other than that, I mean, I think owners may use areas, so it is something we'll be monitoring, and we're gonna be at multiple points in the day going out to make sure that it's sanitary and it's clean. But it's not something, you know, the Concord Animal Hospital is about double the size that we expect this will be, and it's fortunately not something we see as a problem, you know, just keeping the areas clean. So if we walk them, it would be out the back door, and owners, there is some green space around there, so imagine there will be some walking around.
Well, there are also, you know, because I know every time I took my dog to vet, they're gonna go to the bathroom, and, you know,
Sometimes
mark
they
their
make me
territory.
follow my dog around with a ladle waiting for him.
That's right. Is there going to be some type of repository too?
I think that's I think it makes sense to have some sort of a dog waste station right outside. But yeah, so that's something we can definitely work with the landlord to see where it makes sense to put that, but it does make sense to have that.
Preferably a little bit more on the side.
A little
not
to the
in
side,
front
yes.
of the building?
Yes.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
some green
absolutely.
space to
Right.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And we do have kind of that end space, so we do have that flexibility there. So.
Okay.
I had a curiosity question, if I
Sure.
could. Is there any consideration given to when you cite a veterinary place like this, that the next tenant isn't a restaurant or something? How does that work?
That's a good question. We didn't consider that, and I actually am not positive who is going in next door to us. I think
Well,
maybe
right
another
now,
medical
nobody,
office.
but
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were told
Maybe
the
it could be a
restaurants.
pet supply place.
that would be perfect, because
What's
then
that?
you'd taper
Pet
down.
supply.
That would be wonderful.
I think the restaurant space there is supposed to be in the front building.
Yes, I
from
think
my-
there's two in the front, along with the bank, yeah.
Is there anything in our bylaws regarding veterinary hospitals or veterinary usage? Because many times there are sections of our bylaw to do with all kinds of things, and I was just wondering if there was anything in our bylaw that had any
Section
parameters or
4.2.
anything.
I didn't hear the beginning of the question.
Some
Say
of the
what?
bylaws suggesting it's specifically to veterinary.
Not
Section
specifically,
4.2.6.12.
yes, that section. And the other
just knew
section
that off
is
the
the
top of my
boarding
head.
and
Yeah.
care,
You know your
boarding care
bylaws.
treatment of animals.
I memorized it, Brenda.
That does not apply in this situation.
Commercial boarding care treatment, right, but, so that is the special permit, but they're clarifying there is no overnight boarding or.
And
Right,
that is stated
right.
in the special.
So yes, there is a specific section,
So it
and
says treatment
we're
dogs.
using it.
Okay,
Great. This is a public hearing. Does anyone in the public have any comments about this item?
I have a comment.
who is?
I'm sorry, would you identify yourself, please?
I'm Dr. Kathleen Hansen. I own the Burlington Animal Clinic, which has been in Burlington for years. We're located half a mile down the street from the proposed site of this new clinic. We are still taking new patients. There are a number of veterinarians in the area that are still taking new patients, so I'm not sure that I see the need for another veterinarian so close.
But it's a permitted use there, right?
So, yeah, it is.
Uh, Veterinarians is all special use permits.
Not by right, but.
It's more or less by right,
No.
so we
well,
can't say
special-
no.
no, Special permit.
It's not, it's a special permit. So far, previous people have attempted to put veterinary clinics in Burlington, and so far it has not been allowed. So there's myself and there's Burlington Veterinary Hospital, which is on Middlesex Turnpike, but previous applicants have not been allowed to place another vet clinic in Burlington.
So what authority?
Familiar with
Maybe
the,
that's because of where.
and were denied.
I don't have any history
Staff,
previous to
Do we
me.
have other veterinary clinics that have come before us and been denied? And if so, for what cause?
I'm just looking at the 12. I think it's the IG piece that, like, I think they've been in IG districts, and I'm not
So
sure.
it was a zoning issue?
Yeah, I'm just looking.
If,
This isn't a topic.
if we have
and I use
allowed
all
them,
the time, so I don't-
if we have not allowed them previously, why?
Because of a zoning
she's
issue. Kristen said it was, the zone was not correct.
So I don't know that we can definitely, I don't think that we can deny the proponent due to competition issues, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it's not permitted in the IG district, and the ones that I do remember having an issue were in the IG district because it is the commercial boarding care is a no in IG and a special permit in BG. So that's where we've had issues in the past. At least I remember, I'm not sure.
So that's probably non-conforming.
It's a non-conforming use, or no, that is, Anyways,
Permitted use with special.
by special permit in the
Right.
PG district.
Yeah, but we can't deny.
Right.
Good cost.
Competition.
Right, no, unfortunately, we can't deny on the basis of competition.
Fortunately, we can't deny the basis.
Well, I'm sorry, fortunately.
At least in my opinion,
Fortunately,
sorry.
excuse me, it's,
Well, that was the question of the person.
you know, I appreciate, your comment, your service to the community. There's just gonna be another event in town, it sounds like. Does anyone else have any questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing on this
Second.
matter.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Madam Chair, I would further like to make a motion to approve the request of Cambridge Street Animal Hospital for special permit pursuant to section 4.2.6.12, commercial boarding, care, and treatment of birds, fish, and animals of the town of Burlington zoning bylaws to allow for the operation of a new veterinary clinic providing preventative and wellness care, outpatient sick and emergency care, outpatient dental and surgical care, and pet grooming, and existing tenant space for property located in the general business district and central business district overlay districts at 154 to 156 Cambridge Street, subject to the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit A attached.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Welcome to Burlington.
Thank you.
Welcome, good luck. Can I ask a question of staff?
On this particular location, 154 Cambridge Street, shops at Simon's Park, there's been a huge amount of rumors that there is a restaurant moving in there. Have we had the application yet?
No,
Wow.
I get asked about that almost weekly.
Well, no,
The
actually,
restaurant
it's
that shall remain unnamed.
Yes.
the one in Wilmington, is that the one?
Delicious breakfast.
There was a, right, in Wilmington.
We do not have an application for any delicious breakfast places.
Unfortunate,
That is non-delicious
I
breakfast
think they're
places.
telling people they're
Or
maybe
not
before the end of the year, and obviously not gonna make it.
Okay,
No, really, we don't have an
Okay,
application.
thanks.
let's move on to page 14, folks.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to take items 7H and 7I together for discussion purposes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item H is a public hearing, application for approval of an amendment to special permit pursuant to 4.3.2.22, drive-through with zoning bylaws, 28 Wynn Street, Moni's Donuts Incorporated is the applicant. Item I is discussion, application for approval of minor engineering change, 28 Wynn Street, Moni's Donuts Incorporated is the applicant. Hi, folks. Welcome back.
Hello.
Right.
We'll start off, does staff have any comments regarding these items?
We had a very exciting site walk last week.
Yep.
We dodged cars for a little while and then found a parking space to nestle into to talk about the site. I think we all agree there's something needs to happen at this site. And I think we had a very good discussion. And we have received a couple different plan options that we had a follow-up subcommittee meeting this past Tuesday. We did have some comments come in on the plan from fire and police, just to, we want to make sure to check on this new plan, what are they thinking about it. Fire came back comfortable with the plan. Police came back with a little bit of concern about the proximity of people exiting from the drive-through as well as this new site, and just making sure that, you know, if someone's like jumping out to take a right and someone's jumping out to take a right or left from the drive-through, or that there was awareness of those movements. We mentioned that to the applicant team in Bowler, Bill Lucas from Bowler, to be prepared to discuss that and take a look at that for us tonight. So I do want to speak to that. He actually updated the plan a little bit. I mean, it's still generally in concept from the plan that we discussed on Tuesday. But overall, we have a decision drafted. I do want to talk about that piece of it for sure. And with that, I guess I would hand it over to the engineer to talk about the modified, or the revised plan and modification of the plan.
Great. For the record, would you please state your name?
Bill Lucas with Bowler.
Yep.
Keep it.
Lisa Dempsey.
Thank you, Lisa. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about this new site plan? And by the way, I have to say, I love it. Yes. Love it. Looks good. It looks amazing. You guys have really done a lot of work on this.
Well, first, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who's been working with us. It's been a little bit of a whirlwind over the past week to have the meeting on site and then try to draft a variety of concepts with various parking and vehicular circulation layouts, and then follow that up with conversations with Lisa herself, and then a meeting with staff and planning staff, the board members, to go through all those and try to vet which concept makes the most sense to move forward with. And you know, to highlight what you have in front of you is somewhat of a um, puzzle that has been pieced together over the past week. And so the first thing we looked at and wanted to establish was the queuing for the drive-through itself. That generally remains unchanged from what you had seen previously. It is still the two-lane configuration as you approach the order point, but then merges into one lane as you approach the building. Um, in general, just to remind everybody, that new drive-through configuration basically increases the queue by 8 stalls. And we're talking about an increase of 8 stalls from the rear of the queuing itself, so it would not conflict with any driver's movements that would come from the entry driveway, which is on the right-hand side of the page, and allow vehicles to then make a left and go through the parking aisle, through the parking field itself. So again, we scrutinized that out in the field. We double checked all the dimensions, the lane widths, the location. I feel everybody was comfortable with that. And then we were able to move forward with trying to maximize what we can do in the parking field itself, and then the concerns with respect to internal circulation. What I will first address is the the entry drive at the far right-hand side of the plan. What everybody had seen on Tuesday was a driveway curb cut width of about 30 feet, which matches up with the existing curb cut that's in the field today. What we're showing now is a reduction down to about 18 feet in width, one-way entry in, because we had a little bit of concern about safety of multiple vehicles trying to enter at the same time. We wanted to narrow that width and just ensure that we're taking safety into our mindset. After that, what we did was try to simplify the internal circulation itself by showing the one-way through the parking field, that no longer is the two-way movement or multiple directions that vehicles can take within the parking field as it exists today. So it is a simplified version of traffic flow through the site, minimizes the conflict points, and doesn't provide that dead-end parking field that the previous plan you had seen had provided. By introducing the one-way direction, however, the concession was that we would need a driveway. So that is the introduction of the driveway that you see at the center of the site, about the middle of the frontage near the Dunkin' Donuts itself. That allows vehicles to exit the site, full movement, either right or left out. If a vehicle had passed through there, couldn't find a parking space, they would not have to back out or K-turn in that parking lot anymore. They could leave the site and not come back, or they could leave the site and re-enter again and maybe get into the drive-through queue if they weren't able to find a parking stall. We understand the concerns about that, and I'll address that as we move along. The parking field itself now shows the 45-degree angled stalls. Unfortunately, it is a reduction of parking from what you had previously seen on our plan, and a reduction from what exists on site today. Currently, there's 29 stalls on site, and the plan in front of you provides for 24. That's a reduction of 5. We are showing 2 handicap accessible stalls near the building itself, which is more than what is required by code, but is consistent with what exists on site today. Another feature that we kept on this plan as a preference to Dunkin' Donuts and the applicant itself is that emergency escape drive-through. uh, Correct? Again, it's just in that rare instance where someone would want to leave the site after making an order and without having to wait to get through the entire drive-through. Um, to that end, we talked about also providing some kind of path for pedestrians. So what this plan also indicates is a new sidewalk along the frontage that would connect from the Dunkin' Donuts itself all the way to the end of the 9 stalls closest to Wynn Street. What is not shown on this plan and what we've committed to do is also provide a crosswalk that would connect those 2 pieces of sidewalk across that exiting driveway to, yeah, again, ensure safety for those pedestrians through the entire site. And we can work on those details as part of our design documents and construction drawings as we move forward. Furthermore, again, other things not shown on this plan, but we would absolutely include or any kind of stop signs, do not enter signs, stop bars, any kind of pavement markings needed to control vehicles from exiting onto Wynn Street, as well as vehicles that are exiting from that emergency escape from the drive-through itself, to just control that area and make sure that there's a proper flow of vehicles through the parking field. Again, thereby limiting those areas of conflict that may be experienced at the existing site itself. I believe that checks all of the changes that we've seen from one plan to the next. A couple other highlights here is, again, there was a concern about the driveway location itself, the new driveway location in the center of the plan. When we were in the field, we took a look at that to ensure that it was sited appropriately. There's an existing utility pole about 5 feet to the left of where the driveway is shown now. We wanted to avoid that. There's cost implications with it, but at the same time, where the driveway is located is actually almost directly across from an existing curb cut on the opposite side of Wynn Street, which makes sense to make sure there's not competing lefts. Those left-hand turns would be aligned in a better fashion. And at the same time, the location of the driveway would not impact any of the existing trees that we see on site today along the frontage on Wynn Street. We may have to take a little closer look at some of the existing features. For instance, shrubs, or I believe there may be a bench or 2 out there that we would have to consider relocating or trimming back to ensure that the height of those objects would not conflict with the vehicular driver's view in either direction on Wynn Street. And to that end, I think we may have to look at just trimming a few of the lower branches on some of the trees that exist along the frontage, again, just to confirm visibility in those areas. But in terms of the location of the driveway itself, we anticipate having visibility in almost 500 feet in either direction. And again, if we look at this with respect to the other 2 driveways on site, if those driveways are deemed to be safe in terms of the exiting movements that exist now, the location of this driveway between those 2 should also be just as sufficient as the exiting movement on the other 2, because you're going to have that additional site distance between the between all 3 driveways.
Great.
So Madam Chair, Sergeant McDonough is on the call if you'd like for him to weigh in on the concern that he did raise earlier, just looking at the new plan. If he chooses to, I don't know.
Good evening, Sergeant McDonough.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go. There he is. Good
Sorry, I was
evening.
trying to unmute.
Not a problem. Did you
So,
have?
yeah, when I review these and see these, to me, from my perspective, there's an art and a science to them. The science part is the math, is the sight distances, but I think the art is for the individuals that have the experience seeing how folks actually drive in the area, and the behaviors of the drivers in the areas. I forwarded the crash numbers prior to. I apologize. I'm not working this evening. I'm at home and I've been bouncing around, but so I don't have those numbers available. But I know that I forwarded those to Kristen earlier, and there were a decent amount of crashes there in a time. And I think that although the site distance is there, that doesn't speak to the behavior of the drivers both on Wynn Street and then those that may be choosing to pull out. And, I have a concern with the number of crashes that we have existing, adding another point of, another curb cut. And just the scenario that I foresee is somebody pulling out, say, wanting to turn north on Wynn Street from the parking lot area, heading towards 128, while somebody simultaneously wants to pull left south towards Woburn out of the drive-through. With the amount of traffic and the volume that we have on Wynn Street, if one of those drivers makes the slightest mistake in timing, I don't see that the distance is there that a third operator driving on Wynn Street might have to react to somebody jamming on their brake in front of them because somebody else cut somebody else off. They need to do something, and it's been Mr. Moniz to talk to him about this has been great to work with, and it's good to see that they're throwing some different ideas out there that will work and help pull the cars that have been stationary on Wynn Street off of Wynn Street. I just don't know that adding a third curb cut, although the science might be there, I don't know that it meets up with the lifestyle or the art part of what's actually going on Wynn Street in that area.
Thank you. Yeah.
Madam Chair, a question for Officer McDonough. So Officer McDonough, are you saying that 121.9 feet is not enough distance for a car going north out of the site to react to a car coming out of the drive-through going south towards Woburn?
No, well, I'm saying that person might have the time to react, but if now they have another car that's coming up Wynn Street behind them, the person, it gets cut off from somebody coming out of the drive-through. When people, you see it all the time, people get their coffee, they get in their car, and there's what you're supposed to do, and then what you actually do, and then what we see people actually doing. So yes, your focus is supposed to be completely on the road. But, more often than not, we're seeing people as they just got their coffee, they're just opening it as they're pulling out of the spot. They're getting their food as they're pulling out of. So I just don't see, even though the math may be there, like I said, the science may be there for that distance for them to react. It's what else is going on where that distance is so close that it just doesn't give them the reality of the time to react. And then they may avoid an issue with a car pulling out of the drive-through. But what could that potential impact be for cars that are traveling also on Wynn Street?
Madam Chair?
Please.
Officer McDonough, Bill Gaffin here. Is the concern more that the people coming out of the drive-through, they're taking the left? Do you have any concerns if they take a right?
It could be identical. If that person pulls out and they don't time it right, they're doing something in their car, they think they can make it, and then a car is also turning north. Yes, it's that proximity and that distance that person pulling out of the drive-through could impact somebody cutting them off. Where we're already seeing that at the existing site, now we're adding, although we're moving that exit out, we're putting those two exits very closer together, and it doesn't give people that time to do the other things they're doing, but then also kind of glance up and see what's going on in front of them. Whereas in the existing site, where that distance is separated, it gives them a little bit more of a buffer to make that mistake or be able to glance up or see things.
So maybe a right turn only out of the drive-through would really help.
It may, but it's, yeah, because they're still going in the same direction, so hopefully that person that's also pulling right out of there.
Sounds like,
has
I
has
think
the ability to
the
react.
left turn is probably worse, you know.
I would agree, yes.
You're gonna have people banging illegal U-turns right up
On,
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, Wyman Street.
Sammy's.
Sammy's.
Oh, yeah.
Semis, yeah. Okay.
Well, also, I would say to that point though, and I can say that this is my official Dunkin' Donuts. I live in the area, so this is where we kind of go. So for those of us that live in the area and are familiar with it and want to make a U-turn, we do also know that safely we could go left on Mountain and then left on Burlington.
Yeah.
You really think they're gonna do that?
No.
No, I think
I
it's right turn only.
I do that instead of going up to Sammy's.
I don't
Oh, sure, yeah.
solve the problem.
So I don't know what the solution is here, you know.
I don't-
We've,
Mhm.
I guess my question for Officer McDonough is, I understand that you have this concern and that you don't consider this addition of the exit ideal. I guess I'm trying to figure out how strongly you feel about that, because we've been around and around and around trying to find the right circulation for this site, and we haven't been able to come up with a better plan. And if we take away that exit, I'm really not sure how we make the circulation work. So I guess I need to know, are you, how vehemently opposed you are, or if this is just something that you wanted to raise as a concern?
Yeah, no, something that I just wanted to raise a concern I like to consider myself open-minded and give it a fair chance. Like I said, I know that they are trying to, make progress for the sake of good, beneficial progress. So it's just to raise a concern. I do know that the other plan had some issues with circulation and folks backing in. If they pulled in, they were going to have to back in, and then what's pedestrian traffic doing, walking in and out? But I guess one of the questions that I would raise is, where would you rather have the issue? Would you rather have the issue on the property, or would you rather have the issue spill out onto the public roadway?
Right.
If they have to do something, I was in favor of the other plan that didn't have the other exit. Just because if there was going to be an issue, it was going to be on their property and it wasn't going to spill off into the roadway. That was going to create potential issues. But I also see the point, and I can see the point of the concern that, there's only one way in and one way out where people have to back in, and is that going to create an issue for folks? So I see that point, and I realize there's not an easy fix to this. It was just to, again, raise that ultimate question: is if there's going to be an issue, where would you all rather have it? From the police department standpoint, I think we'd rather have it on the property to deal with than out in the roadway and causing, congestion and further issues, especially as heavily traveled as that road is.
Let me ask another question. What if, and I don't even know if this is possible, but you know how we have that lit up crosswalk sign outside Mercedes? Is it possible to have a sign that lights up there that is for drivers who are driving north on Wynn Street that says vehicle exiting to the right, or something like that? That's just sort of saying, like, look out. You missed your career to point somewhere.
Having the parking garages, there's that warning light there, right, for the people that are coming out the drive-through. So that's saying, traffic entry, then it keeps them on there. Maybe I'm asking Officer McDonough, if you have something like if you're leaving the parking garage and you know, people are walking across the crosswalk, there's that warning light that
Right.
happens for the people in the parking garage coming out.
Yes, so
If you
you
have
could
that
actually-
warning, it would
oh,
take the attention off their coffee onto the warning light.
And that sign would say, don't drink your coffee until after you safely take it onto Wynn Street.
And don't spill it in your lap.
All right, so I have one more thought.
Go ahead.
here.
And then-
Talking already, I'm talking a lot tonight. I'm looking at this and I go, how about if we flip it on its head, right? Does that help us? So do you put the exit where the entrance is? You put the arrows going in the opposite direction. So now you come in, and so now the problem is you have the cars lined up that way.
Yeah, how do you?
And then you have the queue going, you can put more cars in the queue, but then people trying to
Can't get
back
in.
out
The
are
queue
gonna
is
be right into the
To the
queue.
center, nobody can get out of their parking
Right.
space.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Can I ask an either or question? Maybe?
Sure.
To Officer McDonough, this is Ernie Covino, Officer McDonough. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that we as the town were trying to fix is the queuing that sometimes, especially now with COVID, people don't want to go inside, that ended up on Wynn Street, especially, at least in my opinion, the queuing that somebody was trying to take a left into the drive-through, and there was too much traffic going north, and so they sat there and backed up traffic quite a ways behind them, or even the traffic coming down, going north on Wynn Street.
Because across.
Yeah, because there were, it was messing up the traffic.
Yeah.
Well,
Correct.
is this a reasonable compromise to avoid that? Because I know that situation also is dangerous. Would you say this is a reasonable compromise if you look at the whole picture of the queuing that we're trying to avoid? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just looking for an input, that's all.
So I think the compromise exists now. I think from what I've seen, the issue that Dunkin' Donuts has is that it's halfway done. They have the right idea. They want that double queue line.
Okay.
And having that double queue has alleviated the traffic backups on Wynn Street. But the problem is it isn't completed, so we have issues. And if you have ever even potentially glanced at the Burlington Facebook page, you see how people are if you see how people are confused by the queue, and a lot of people think because they've been used to the current or the older traffic pattern that they're actually being cut in line when they're not.
Right.
If you go to Chick-fil-A or other places that have double queues, it's clearly established. So they're doing a good job in trying to clearly establish that, so it creates that contention or the tension or the issue in the line itself. So the issue with Wynn Street backup has been significantly resolved by even what they have in place now. It just needs to be better defined, and I think that's their goal here, is to try to better define that to diffuse any tension or any issue that happens in the line. It just putting that other exit point in there is just the concern.
Okay.
Would
Thank you.
signage help if we put a sign at that exit, at both exits, the exit for the people who went into Dunkin' Donuts, that would have a sign immediately to the right of that exit directed at the people on Wynn Street, warning them that there are vehicles exiting from the right or entering from the right. And then at the drive-through exit, a sign pointed at the driver of the drive-through vehicle, just cautioning them somehow that they need to take care as when they're exiting.
My own personal belief on signs, and I can just relay the conversations that I've had with Tom Hayes, who's seen, more significantly from an engineering standpoint, the research behind signage is only as good as the person that's going to read it. And there is, research out there that shows that a lot of people just they might kind of see something, but again, their focus is on the road, their focus is on other things, as opposed to looking up and seeing a sign. I get the fundamental principle behind it and wanting to warn people, but I honestly, and I mean this in a respectful way, I think it's
They'll ignore
putting a
it.
sign up, putting a sign up gives comfort to those that are concerned about safety to say we did something, but the actual impact of them most of the time is very minimal because people really aren't reading them.
Yeah, I think that my point was actually a sign that flashes.
Yes.
A very bright flashing light, like you leave a parking garage. Where I work, we have one crossing Woburn Street, in Wilmington, if you're familiar with the area up there. And that's a pedestrian crosswalk. And then it beeps, a very piercing beep, and I don't think we do that here because the residents behind it.
Yeah.
But it's
Right.
a very bright flashing light. I've never seen anybody in a car go through it. So the attention right there. So I don't know if that, it doesn't, I think it makes me feel better if you had that versus just a sign that says stop watch. Everyone's you're not gonna look at that, but if you have a bright flashing light in your eyes, that's gonna draw your attention.
Does it flash all the time, or is it some sort of trip?
So the trips are for the pedestrian, but think about on the parking garages when you leave, that's when you leave and there's a proximity sensor. when you
Right,
leave.
that's what I meant, so it's sensing, so
Yeah.
if there's nobody in there,
It
it's
doesn't
not
flash.
flashing, but it
Correct.
flashes as you approach.
Correct.
Okay. I like it.
So a little bit more of a high-tech approach to it versus just a stagnant sign that's not.
I
reactive.
agree, people do ignore signs, but I don't know that they ignore the thing that flashes in your face.
Yeah. Just something to think about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure where to go from here. We've, like, Member LaRue had said, we've gone in so many circles. I don't know. Does the flashing light give everybody the warm and fuzzies? Do we go back to and review the other plan that doesn't have?
Might make me drop my coffee.
If you drop your coffee on your lap, then you've got bigger fish to fry than the plate, but do we have that other plan, the one that doesn't have the additional curb cut?
Liz, I don't know, do you have that
Yep.
handy?
Do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sergeant McDonough, you're killing my excitement. I love this plan.
And like I said, I am not, adamantly, certainly you won't be getting emails from me afterwards say it's a good, it's a potential, solution. I just wanted to raise that one concern. And, none of us have a crystal ball when we look at these things. We can think, sure, it could be worst case scenario. So I only raise it as just that thought to see what you guys all thought about that concern for those that may drive by the area. But, by no means, if you think this is a better plan, then, we're hopeful that it will be as well. And we do recognize the need to do something. And this may be the step in the right direction. I'm just concerned about that proximity.
Two proximity lights, one for both exits.
Sergeant McDonough, if I promise to be more mindful when I get my coffee, would you?
Done.
I feel seen when you said that.
I have a question in case this plan is implemented,
Yes.
because I probably don't drink twice as much coffee as everybody here, but I don't get past like 9 o'clock in the morning. I unfortunately missed the site visit, and here was my problem then, and it still is now. When you see the two arrows going in on the right and up and around, and they're going down, now, can the outside arrow cut and go in down where it says 15 on the plan?
You're talking about the drive.
Yeah. Now, is two a site where you pick up your coffee?
No, there's a
That's handicap, those two handicap spots.
Okay, so
It's the only reason why
Would be-
somebody would come out of that emergency exit, as Barbara likes to call it, Brenda forgot her wallet. Exit.
no, well, they waited long enough and they gotta get to work.
But if you forgot your wallet, then you're looking.
Well, yeah,
Or a medical emergency.
Yes.
yeah.
Under my wallet or my kids are up in the back.
Then to go into the parking lot, where do you get your coffee?
You have to walk to the door.
Which is near the.
Which door?
the handicap parking spaces.
So,
That's what the door is.
so there's a door at the handicap space?
Yes.
Right there.
And so,
See this striped area?
Yeah.
There's a walk up to the door.
okay,
you'd have
thank
to
you.
drive out and then go back in
Yeah.
and park all the spaces.
Yeah. So this, people can potentially, if they're, not gonna make it, they can come down in and pull in there to get their coffee.
If they're not
Through
gonna
the
make it, they
drive-thru?
better have a really valid reason, and like I said, it's the emergency.
They don't need a valid reason, they're gonna go get their coffee anymore.
Handicap spot.
Well, can I speak to that point? After they make an order at the order point through the drive-through, and if they decide to then take the emergency exit, they're actually, and Lisa could confirm this, they're probably wasting more time before they
sure.
get their coffee. It would be more efficient for them to just stay in the rest of the queue, pick up their coffee at the building, and then leave the site.
So when the two lines are coming, they're gonna have to merge to get their coffee going around to the right.
Right.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And
Right.
everybody's moving, from a stopped position and not going over 5 miles an hour probably. So the merge is,
Nonetheless, it's gonna be bumper to bumper.
Yep.
Because people
It is.
this is an observation, having driven a long, long, long time, that people since COVID have become less patient. I mean, people will cut you off, that it's a free-for-all. So with that there, I can see this guy inching forward to get in and coming around and, I used the term blivet last time, which is 10 pounds of you-know-what in a 5-pound bag. And it's a case where, you're trying to put all of this in this location. And there's no way to make it.
Yeah, they're a victim of their own success. This
Yeah.
site is extremely busy because they're so successful. But we want to try and find a way to keep them successful and to support their success.
And keep the community safe as well.
Yeah.
So, what's our thoughts? Can we go back to the one about the curb cut? Sure. Please,
Okay.
that brings us back here.
I don't know if you need me to jump in and just,
No, I think we're all just kind of staring.
Just
and
remember.
trying to-
fair enough.
We hated about it.
Yes. Trying to figure out what we didn't like, and,
Well, yeah.
I think it was just the internal flow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is really
You
what
have to
was
come back
bothering
out.
us.
You have to go back out against the in traffic.
And you have to turn around.
In the space you didn't use to the 3 part that they're doing now, and that's what you guys mentioned, when we were out on site.
Right.
Yeah, this,
Which brings us back to Joe's original drawing, but I don't think we have the space for that. I think that's what Bowler you tried that, right? And it didn't work.
The Impemba Ring Road.
Yeah.
around, what, the parking in the middle?
Yeah,
Yes,
Yeah.
there wasn't enough space.
There is
it
enough.
wasn't.
Well, there is if you want to reduce the parking spaces.
Significantly, right?
Yeah, it had a lot fewer spaces.
All right,
So that might be actually a good question, that, there's a reduction of 5 spaces, but I think there was a further significant cut in the one with the ring around the edge.
Right.
Maybe Bellman.
And remind me again, Sergeant McDonough, if we did do 2 flashing lights, does that make you feel better, or is that's just a no-go?
Again, I'll reiterate, nothing is a no-go with me. I'm definitely not trying to be like block what they're doing. I don't see signs or flashing, lights. They're good for pedestrians because people, when they see a crosswalk, I just don't see signs as being as effective because we're talking about the 2 people. When you pull out of the drive-through, if you could just put yourself in that position where you look left and you see a car just pulling out to the left coming towards you, that person at 8 o'clock in the morning rushing to work, when you looked left, they were going 1 speed, but they're accelerating, and you look right and think it's safe, and you pull out, and all of a sudden that car is on you because they were accelerating and you misjudged it. Now
Yeah.
that car is gonna potentially jam on its brakes or they're gonna collide with you and there's gonna be a collision. And then what's gonna be the chain effect to the cars traveling behind them on Wynn Street? And the lights and signs aren't going to necessarily impact. Somebody else had alluded to it earlier. There's a lack of patience and a lack of courtesy that is on the road, and it's growing worse. And I don't think signs and flashing lights are going to correct that. That's another issue, and I don't want to prolong the conversation, but
Sure. Can you see the screen?
I can.
Do you think that this drawing, this layout is better?
I liked this one better just because and again, as I had mentioned earlier, I recognize the concern that if folks are pulling or forward into spots, they're gonna have to back out. But it puts the potential issues that are going to occur on the property and not out on the roadway. And this also, one other point was there's far more parking spaces in this design than the other one. And on Saturday morning between 8 and 11 or 8 and 10, that lot is packed as it is because they are very successful and they do a good job there. I was concerned about that, limiting the parking spaces. Could that create an issue where there's far less parking? Are people going to be waiting just to find a parking spot? And is that going to be, the devil that we don't know? And that's going to now create the backup, whereas this at least has a lot more parking, and it puts the onus on the folks on the property to be more careful as opposed to spilling it out on the roadway.
Okay.
If we approve this and it doesn't work, we don't take the blame.
No. This is what we're telling
Chair,
You can blame everything on me.
No.
It's fine.
I love this plan, but, and I don't like that one, but what we're hearing from Officer McDonough is this could create a safety problem. This plan that we're looking at, that none of us particularly love, will cause irritation for people.
Agreed.
But it won't cause traffic accidents out on Wynn Street. The only concern that I recall from our previous meeting when we looked at this was whether or not there would be pedestrian danger for people walking down that road where there's cars going in both directions and backing out from both directions. We don't know how we address that.
You think it's more,
Could I add?
I'm sorry, what was that, Ernie?
do you think the danger is more than it is currently? The way the parking is laid out right now, if you had to walk, you're.
Probably not. It's probably a similarly dangerous situation for pedestrians.
I agree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you had something you wanted to add?
I would just say, pretend for a moment this isn't Dunkin' Donuts and this is an aisle in the Burlington Mall. It's the same basic setup where folks are walking behind cars that are parked. That onus is there on the drivers to make sure that it's clear. It's not something that folks haven't seen before. And so, while I do understand the concern, I think it's no different than a lot of the other places that we have around town where there's cars that are pulled in and folks are walking behind them towards their destination.
I think there are two differences between this and the mall. One is that when somebody is pulling down that center aisle in the mall, if they get to the end and there's no parking spaces, they don't have to turn around in a T and go back. They can just keep going. And the other difference, I think, is that at the mall, people pull in, they go in and they shop, and they're not in the mall for 5 minutes. They're in the mall for an hour or two, or maybe even only 30 minutes, but they're not in for 5 minutes. So this is gonna have a lot more activity. There's people pulling out and pulling in all the time because they're not staying in Dunkin' Donuts. They're in there for 5 minutes at the most, getting their coffee and they're leaving. So I do see it as different, even though the spacing might be the same as the space between parking fields at the mall. That doesn't mean that it can't work. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it, but I do see it as different.
The other thing is that, to Sergeant McDonough's point is that, people are supposed to be doing what they're doing. People are supposed to be driving intelligently and safely.
Madam Chair, he also has a good point. As much as I love this plan, getting the potential danger onto the property as opposed to out on Wynn Street is a very compelling reason to go with the plan we like a little bit less.
Speeds are lower too in the parking lot. So hopefully the physical damage, whether it's a person or vehicle, is going to be less. Hopefully.
Okay, well, I feel like we've made a decision on which plan we're moving forward with. Do we have anything else that we would like to add, or this is a public?
I just had a couple, back to the plan, because my memory's not that good, and I don't have it in front of me. So we're talking about, one on the entrance and exit on the right, is it one lane in, one lane out?
Yeah.
Okay.
It will be.
And then that you join the two, the choice for the two is up there, it's right in the corner as you go there, you say form 2 lanes up there, right? Okay, and you got the 3 parking spots on the right, I'm just wondering, is there anything we can do?
Yeah, we were talking about that out there.
Yeah, why, because now you're in trouble with, is that queues back up?
In other words, you're saying, could we widen that drive so you have 2 going in and 1 going out by using that space to the right, so that little cutout comes straight down?
Yeah.
They lose those 3 parking spaces, but this layout has more parking spaces than the one we were looking at earlier.
Something like that, then the dumpster maybe goes, an angle, trucks have to get at it, to empty it, but
Oh, yeah.
but it's gonna be off hours, which are very few far between there, right? But just kind of thinking about that because I'm trying to help the.
How many spaces does this layout have?
Yeah.
I believe it's 30 or 31. I would have to.
So it's
count.
significantly more than the one we just threw aside.
And,
So
and a
the
few,
loss of those 3 spaces might be acceptable.
And the thatched area is what again? It's not parking space, or is it?
What that
it
is.
it is not designated as parking space, but we provided it for maybe an oversized vehicle.
Big trucks, yeah, which doesn't, I'm not liking that, because you're not gonna get a big truck in and out of there anyway, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was even along
not
the
gonna
lines of somebody, dragging a landscape, piece behind them.
You're not gonna be able to get in there, and then you're gonna have to parallel park it. It's not
And
like,
if
it's not like it's
And if
really
that's the case, and nobody is in line with that, then we can obviously stripe more stalls.
or maybe now you can do
With the dumpster there?
either that, or you can now take 1 or 2, now you can say, add up the top, you're gonna put 1, 2, 3 spaces in, take 2 down there, take 1 over there. Now you're moving that in, now you can do the 2 out, it's a 2 in and 1 out. We're just squeezing that in a little bit and have the same amount of parking spaces. But just by lining that gray area a little bit for maybe, 3 spots, and then moving 1 off to the bottom, moving that in, have your out down there and have your 2 in.
So then you
Something
don't
like
lose
that.
those 3 spaces, you might, or maybe you'll just lose 1 space, you might have,
I'm guessing you're gonna guess 1, 2.
Looks
you can
like-
fit the 4 spaces in there. So
3.
let's make it 3,
yeah.
and let's take 1 from the bottom.
Yeah.
So you lost 1, you gained 3, and you gained an extra drive out.
We're talking about
I
getting,
like the idea of having 2 going in, because I think if you only have 1 going in and 1 going out, and yet you have 2 lanes, you're gonna end up, occasionally, 2 people are gonna try and go in.
Right.
And they're gonna block the
Right,
exit.
Yeah. So 2 lanes in, 1 lane out, just squeeze that parking field in. Ernie, what do you think?
Well, you can't, I don't think you could have 2 lanes coming. I mean, you can have 1 coming in quickly going to 2, but to have 2 lanes, you don't want 2 people moving in at the same time.
Okay.
And it's.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I know what you're saying, that you want the 2 lane back, like to not back up and.
Right.
So keep 1 coming in, but then
But then immediately go out to 2,
and that's why you still
where
need
that
it wide.
bump out is on the right.
Wider.
I mean, you could also have kind of you could do this in the existing kind of configuration without adding more pavement. And then if it doesn't work, we could have like Plan B,
Right.
pushing it out.
Right, and actually, now that we think about it, when we were out there on the
Yep.
site, I remember I can't remember the numbers exactly, but this, with 2 ordering points, is holding significantly more cars. And they probably won't have to back up to that entrance.
I think they said that added.
And further to that point, I think Officer McDonough had noted that it's not backing up onto the street as it is. And we're gonna have
Okay.
8 more
Yeah.
queuing stalls.
I think you get rid of the thatching though anyway, that's
Yeah.
a loser's.
But you might want to thatch up toward the breakaway, on the drive-through and then your 3-point turnaround area.
Where's that?
Oh.
Thatching area. There's no place to do that turn. I mean, you could take,
You move the thatching up.
you don't need to have as much, but like.
Oh, yeah.
Move it up to where the escape hatch
A
is.
little bit of it, so you
Yeah.
have something where people don't park. So if you don't find a space.
Yeah,
That's a good idea.
Okay.
that's a good idea.
On the other side of that tree. Is that what you said? That-
I mean, it doesn't need to be that much, but something.
Escape hatch.
It sounds like a good idea until people start illegally parking there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it is close to the.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you know, we've all been on the planning board a long time, and we've never run into a situation where something doesn't seem to rise to the top as the better of bad decisions. But there's no good decision that we can make here because of the dilemma we have.
Sure.
That, you know, there's not enough space for what's needed for this location. So the question is, how do we arrive at a decision? I would suggest that we look at 1 or 2 of the best options and make a choice, because there's no really
Right.
good choice. And we can spend, you know, many more hours without anything, you know, usually we come to some kind of conclusion,
Right.
but it's not there on this.
Well, we did that and then our Sergeant McDonough blew out our candles.
I ruined it. I apologize. I'm sorry.
It's one of the choices.
Right, but so what I think should happen from here, let's go back to the drawing board, see what it looks like to extend that driveway. I know, and I apologize that we have to do this one more time, but I think that, you know, that's what we need to get to a final decision. You know, we do have a subcommittee, we can try to meet again, or we're saying, or extend this area, is that what
I
we're
don't know
looking
if
to
we
do?
need to, because they do have plenty of queuing. I mean, this plan in front of us might be the best that we're gonna get.
Can I agree with you? Just this plan, when you flip between this plan and the other plan.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna put there's a lot of physical changes in this plan that are, in terms of the drive-through area, that are exactly the same as the other plan.
Yes.
So is there a way, I mean, because this isn't gonna happen this year if we don't make a decision.
Sure.
Because we're running into
Yeah,
the
paving.
paving timeline. And we're already, as mentioned, kind of late. But can you flip to the other one? Yep. So if you look at just focus on the drive-through.
Yeah.
I mean, there are small changes, but I wonder if, I mean, I'm not saying revisit, but necessarily in the spring, but I'm just wondering, what are the things that physically can go into place? And can you go back to the next one? Physically go into place to allow for the double drive-through to go through. And then, I don't know, I guess, I'm just saying, I don't think the second plan is totally impossible. That we talked about with the exit out. If they implement this, I mean, no one wants to do it twice, but it's not like the second plan actually has more green space. This, right now,
If it doesn't cause problems, great. If it causes problems, we still could eventually in the future do the other.
well, that's kind of what I'm asking and potentially suggesting, because the plan, right now, the whole site is just pavement, just open
Right.
pavement. They're putting in formalizing where the drive-through is. The drive-through is essentially, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, essentially the same in both. That goes in, that formalizes, you have the 2 windows, two ordering. So you get the cars off Wind Street. And then, if the engineer can respond, is the width from the curb line now to the curb line here the same as it's on the ground right now?
That is correct.
Like, could you put in the drive-through this way, get the double lane, then stripe the parking lot this way?
Without the thatching.
Without any,
Without the thatching, but stripe it this way. And I guess, is this kind of the interim from the plan with the circulation? With the additional exit? I mean, it seems like there's less physical work on the ground in this plan than the next plan.
I would agree. There is less construction needed to accomplish the plan in front of us now.
And the plan, and this has more spaces, I know, to have the additional curb cut and have the flow was, I think, desired by all, it seemed like, which was good, but it doesn't mean that's kind of a dead issue either. If we can try to get this done to make sure you get something resolved before we get into the winter season, where a lot more people use the drive-through. I'm just trying to.
And I don't mean to, muddy the waters any more than they are, but, just in general, when we're talking about the plan with the new curb cut, we talked about that there's 120 feet between those two exiting driveways. And I took a quick look at some of the other commercial facilities on Wind Street as they exist now, and you can almost go right down the street to every strip center, 32, 36, 48 Wind Street, and look at each one of those, and there are multiple driveways at less than 120 feet apart, probably full movement driveways in and out, and then their driveways are misaligned or aligned very closely to other side streets, Mountain Road in particular, Wildmere. And I know they probably don't generate the same volume that Dunkin' Donuts does, but we're not proposing anything that's out of the ordinary with respect to other things that are happening in the very near vicinity. And further to that point with the exiting movements that are within 120 feet of each other. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with Sergeant McDonough that, people driving aren't always as diligent as they should be, but we're talking about hopefully that those individuals are coming to a stop, and then how fast can they really go from that stopped or partially stopped condition to speed up to that right and impact somebody that's making a left the other direction. Sure, can it happen? I'm not going to sit here and disagree and tell you that it would never happen, but we're talking about people that are in stopped condition on a road that's supposed to be 35 miles an hour. It's relatively level road. You have good visibility in both directions. It's fairly straight, not curved. So I think it's minimized to some degree, but I can understand and appreciate the concern.
Okay, Matt's choice. Yeah, it's. Ernie, I'm gonna ask you, which one do you like? Do you like the C, which is what we originally were presenting, or do you like the second one? Where, I'm gonna ask everybody.
Oh.
That's the only way this is gonna happen. We're going in circles here. And it's 10:10 and we still have another. There's no wrong answer.
I understand what Sergeant McDonough is saying, but I still like the one with the driveway out.
Curb cut.
Yeah, the 3 curb cuts.
Okay.
Since I have no decision and I trust Ernie's judgment.
Don't do that.
Wow.
You haven't talked to Rob about it, right?
Second. Well, that makes 2 votes.
Okay.
I have to go with the sergeant on that. I take his comments to heart. You know, I go along that area a lot. And it's, I can completely understand we know what the speed limit is. People don't do the speed limit on that flat stretch. They go fairly fast, and when you're getting your coffee, you're hitting the gas, you're going back onto 95. So, yeah, I have to go with the previous one. I guess that would be concept B.
Okay,
Yeah, I think that.
thank you.
I'll go. I like Plan C better, but I trust Officer McDonough, and he says it's his Dunkin' Donuts and he lives in the area. I think the point he made, like I said earlier, about moving the potential danger onto the site as opposed to onto Wynn Street is so compelling. So I have to go with the other plan, the B plan.
Barbara. I'm so torn.
We're the deciding. Oh, no. Brenda too.
Brenda, yeah.
We're 2-2 right now.
Yeah.
What's the tiebreaker?
So let's continue and then have Joe vote.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
I don't know which one's better. I feel I'm flipping a coin.
I am too.
Yeah.
I have to say, I think that C is better. And C meaning this one, I like the curb cut.
I do need a point. I do really think that if we put flashing signs in, it would help. I would not ignore a flashing sign, but I don't drink coffee, so.
You like coladas, don't you? You
No,
tea?
I don't. I don't.
So if you go with C, then you go with 2 flashing signs. Is that your
Yeah,
thought?
I would go with C with the flashing
Just
sign.
proximity, come close to flash.
Yes, yeah.
And most people who use Dunkin' Donuts use Dunkin' Donuts, the same one over and over again. And yes, I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of turn. Go ahead. No.
That's what I have to choose. And I'm not completely comfortable with the choice, but I don't think that there is a perfect plan here.
No, I feel like it's a, kind of like the lesser of two evils
Yeah.
scenario. But I do agree with you. I do like the curb cut with the blinking lights.
So you're 4-2.
So we're 4-2.
So is the staff tallying the count?
Yeah.
Motion.
Do we have a motion?
To close the public hearing? Is that-
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, first we need to.
Do we need to ask if there's anybody in the audience?
Yeah, we should. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to add to the presentation? Is there anyone still watching?
All right, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing on this matter.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Madam Chair, I would further like to make a motion to approve the request of Lisa Dempsey of Moni's Donuts Incorporated, the applicant for a special permit pursuant to section 4.3.2.22, drive-through of Article 4 of the Town of Burlington zoning bylaws to permit the expansion of an existing drive-through from 1 lane to 2 lanes, resulting in 2 ordering points and increasing vehicle queuing, in addition to significant parking lot improvements as outlined in the associated minor engineering change application for property located in the general business district at 28 Wynn Street, subject to the terms and conditions contained in Exhibit EC as amended.
Great. And so that will, staff, that will,
The amendment, yeah, we need flashing lights. Plan reference.
great. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
We're,
Oh, no, I voted in the affirmative. I'm sorry.
3-2.
okay. Wait, 4-2.
4-2.
There's 6 of you, so 4-2.
4-2.
4-2 in favor. Okay, regarding the minor engineering change.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'd further like to make a motion to approve the request for approval of a minor engineering change for property located at 28 Wynn Street, the premises, to expand the existing drive-through to allow for a secondary menu board resulting in 2 ordering points, additional vehicle queuing, third 18-inch curb cut allowing for vehicles to exit the site, and to reconfigure the existing parking lot to allow for safer pedestrian and vehicular circulation within the site, as reflected on the red-lined site plan entitled Proposed Site Plan Documents for Dunkin' Donuts Proposed Drive-Through Parking Layout, prepared by Bowler Engineering dated August 24th, 2021, and revised to October 29th, 2021,
consisting of 9 sheets, subject to the following revisions, terms, and conditions as amended.
And it's the November 4th, revised in through November.
Oh, and revised on November 4th.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
2, 4, 2.
Madam Chair, can I just take this opportunity to thank Sergeant?
Yes, thank you, Sergeant,
Thank you.
for coming this evening. Thank you, Moni's Donuts, for being so patient, and we look forward to seeing this new layout.
Thank you, everyone.
I appreciate everyone's patience tonight.
Thank you.
It was a very tough call.
Thank you.
When you deliver a 15-pound baby, I want to come and watch that. All right, one more, right? All right, item J is a continued public hearing, application for approval of a definition subdivision plan for Redmond Street. Murray Hills Incorporated is the applicant. Did you guys ever think that we'd finally get to you?
That's all right, it was interesting.
At least it was that.
Very diplomatic.
That was
Very
brutal.
diplomatic.
Seriously.
Thank you. Can we order Dunkin' Donuts?
We
could
should,
go
they
for
should be
coffee.
delivering to us right now.
I could go for a coffee.
Bring it with them for us. Yeah, that's what we need. Jim
For the record, if you'd kindly introduce yourself.
Phyllis Etzel and David Romero here representing Robert Murray for the Redmond Street definitive subdivision plan. And we were before you at the last meeting, and there were some questions that I believe David will answer.
Staff, do you want to chime in?
Sure, so, we did talk a lot at the last meeting, we had asked, for, the applicant to really give us a better understanding of the topography, the physical conditions of the site, kind of the drainage system, where things were kind of going, in the existing and proposed conditions, in terms of water flow, stormwater. There were a couple of questions that came up with that. We also kind of began to talk about the waivers, didn't get too deep into the conversation. It was requested that we send the 2004 decision around. We did do that. There was some good questions from planning board members. I'm just trying to open the meeting preview that we tried to respond to in the meeting preview we sent earlier this week. But, as I mentioned at the last meeting, I'm really feeling kind of split in terms of a direction of the board. And when we get to this point, it's, we want to make sure we're giving you, obviously, all the guidance, but also preparing documents accordingly. And we'll certainly hear from the applicant and answer some of those questions. But I guess we need to be figuring out, are there things that we need to know and or condition to then move forward? Or are we looking at the waivers and other things where we're just, and what are the concerns just about this in general, that may not be the case? So to try, and that's kind of what I'm looking for to hear. If there's things that you need to see, what are they for this to happen? And if there are concerns as to this should or this shouldn't, really understand those concerns from the boards, from the board members to vocalize, for us to then really figure out where we're going. So I guess I'm gonna leave it, and if we need further assistance to gain more information, we wanna know that. So with that, I guess I'd like to hear from the applicant to answer those questions. But just know from me, I'm just trying to really get direction from the members, because as I see it, I can't count either way right now, because I don't have a good sense.
So the
Okay.
questions
You guys
that-
can take one and pass it down.
Thank you.
It's on here somewhere, too.
Oh, wait, okay, I will find it. Take one, pass it down.
Thank you.
I will put it up if I can find it.
So what you have in front of you is this is Massachusetts state website, the GIS website. It's a bigger, more comprehensive map of the area. I think the other one that had the town topo map didn't quite show as much. This, you can see a bigger map of the whole.
This is very helpful.
The whole
thank you.
region. And our circle's basically right in the middle of the proposed circle, right in the middle of the plan, more or less. It's at 147, that's an elevation.
Okay.
And the arrows signify the way the land runs. That's the way water would flow. I'm a drop of water, hit the ground, I'm gonna go in that direction. So what we see is there's a large wetland system in the middle of the site, and that's town-owned, by the way. And that's where most of these neighborhoods, Old Raymond Road, Edgemont, Redmond, they all go in that direction, in that large wetland system. Now Fairfax Street's the same way, it goes down into that wetland system as well. And all those neighborhoods all the way from Meadowvale Road, Gayland, Dunlap Street, they all go down into that large wetland system. And that there's a blue line that's running, that goes underneath Bedford Street, that's Sandy Brook. So that's where all this area goes down to that, and it drains down to that area. And so actually, our proposed project is actually at the bottom of the right side of the plan, and Fairfax is kind of at the bottom of the left side of the plan. But it's all divided by Sandy Brook and that large wetland system. So that's where it's all going. Elevations, you see Sandy Brook is down about 130, 129. We're up at 147. And if you go to the right, the land rises, like Raymond Road's up at 150 something. If you go to the left, the land rises in the same fashion, all the way up to Meadowvale Road and Weber and Fairfax. Fairfax Street is lower than Redmond Road, but it is higher than Sandy Brook in that large wetland system. So this basically shows, again, the drainage pattern that occurs now. And I know one of the questions was about the water displacement. And I don't know if that's really the right word, because I did do calculations and I know I submitted those calculations, and I do have them. You would ask for volumes.
Yes.
And I did do calculations. So there is a volume generated of runoff, and we collect it in catch basins. Everyone sees catch basins all the time in streets. But what we do is we don't really displace it. We're keeping it right on our site. So we're not displacing water. We're keeping it, we're collecting it and putting it into the ground. So we're not moving it somewhere else. For instance, Ainsworth Street, which is to our right on the plan, in those days, I guess, they put a drainage system in, and their water just comes right out. They're displacing water. They didn't keep it on their site, and it comes right down onto actually the back of our property. So in the old days, that's how they did it. They collected it, and then they just discharged it downstream, and they kept charged downstream to the next guy. But we're not allowed to do that anymore. We have to keep it on our site, and that's exactly what we've done. We've collected it, and we're putting it into the ground right on our property. So we're really not displacing water as people would, as was done in the past. So I do want to clarify that point, just to make that distinction.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
So you're collecting the water, meaning roof runoff?
Roof runoff and road runoff, both.
And road runoff?
Yeah.
What about when you're actually building the houses with those basements, and I'm assuming these are gonna be very large houses, you're going down with basements. Isn't water gonna be displaced?
We're not going to be in the groundwater, though. So we'll be above the groundwater, so there's no pushing of groundwater anywhere.
How far above the groundwater would the basement floor be?
We did mention that last time, we were going to 2 feet above groundwater.
Basement floor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And you can see our houses, by the way. We do these all to scale. That's the houses we're proposing. And are they large? I guess, relatively speaking, they're larger than some of the around, but there are also some other larger homes around that area.
I didn't mean anything negative by the word large. Just, people no one builds little 1,500 square foot houses anymore.
Yeah, I agree, yeah, they don't, yeah. And one of the other thing is, we did look at the water, and the water, I know Mr. Covino asked about water, and it unfortunately, it stops on the, up on Raymond Road. And it would've been nice if we could've looped it all the way around, but the water, we had to end it at Redmond Street with a hydrant, I'm afraid. So we can't have a loop going up to Raymond Road.
So the water line does not come way down, right?
No, it ends at the end of Raymond Road, there's a hydrant there too, and that's where it ends.
Right by the lot marked,
Yeah, right, probably right in front of that, the larger house there. I can't tell that number.
16 or something?
Yeah,
Is
what's
that
that
what
next one there?
28.
I don't know if that's 10 or,
17?
10 or
Oh, okay.
14, I don't know what that is. Yeah, that one. Maybe it's 18, yeah.
Yeah, 18 or 17.
You asked about McSweeney Way. McSweeney Way is at the same elevation as our development is. The road is almost exactly the same. And that also pitches away from down into the wetland area as well. You can see the little circle actually where McSweeney Way is on that plan.
That the one to the left of Redmond Road?
Yes, it is to the
Between
left.
Redmond and
Yep.
Fairfax.
Okay, yep.
And that goes right down to Sandy Brook. I think that's what you had asked last time. I think that's,
Well, there was one other, or two other, and I believe Kristen had asked what would happen to that little triangular lot owned by Murray Hills. And he would be deeding that to the owners of the lot, number 5, I believe it is. Yeah, 5. And the other is he would also be willing to abandon the remaining Redmond Street. He could deed that to the town.
So, Phil, is that the lot that's, get the little zero on it next to 18 Raymond Road that's going to be conveyed?
that's town-owned, that's a
yes,
town-owned
yes.
property right now, that one that says a 0.
If,
Go to the left and it's a
if
triangle.
you look to the,
Triangle.
I
The
see
one
a
that's
triangle, so the other one on the opposite side of the road is town-owned?
Oh.
Next to 18 Raymond?
It's owned by the
Yes.
Conservation Commission.
Thank you,
that, you're right, that's a Conservation Commission property.
thank you.
The lot we're gonna convey is actually over, like off McSweeney Way. There's another 0 there, a pretty good-sized lot. Right underneath where the 130 number is
Yep.
is a big lot there. That's the one we're gonna convey as part of the replication.
Right. Yeah, that one's 1.7 acres, yeah.
And if, well, you can see what happens if that becomes town-owned or conservation, that would even enlarge that whole area even more. That'd give you even more of a buffer for conservation
Well,
land.
it would be remaining in its current state, right?
Yes.
When you replicate the wetlands, are you going to put the wetlands over there? Or where are you going to replicate the
No.
wetlands?
No, we'll be replicating right on our property.
Okay, so from kind of the bottom part and over to the top part of,
It's actually on the right lot there, that's kind of looks, I think, is 0 now. Where we show a house, it'll be on that lot, the replication.
are you going to replicate lower, or are you going to replicate higher up there?
A little bit of both. The site plan does show it.
Does this show it?
Yeah,
It's not super clear, but
yeah, it's hard to tell, but
there's a
a lot of lines.
Very
there.
informative.
That's not
Um,
the plan.
But that does show, the replication will be over to the left, there's a little, shape, way over to the far. Keep
No,
going.
to the left. That way.
This one.
Yes, so this will be a replication area. Does that thing work? No, you can't see
Yeah,
it.
it's working, see the hand?
Yeah, right in that area, that will be a replication area, enlarge the wetland, and then the other one's a small area over to the right of the house, down below.
Nope,
Down,
No,
down,
lower.
Down,
Lower.
down, down, right in there, right in
Right
that
there.
area.
Lower, yeah.
A little bit lower, yeah, but right.
Not on
so
the
that's-
street, on the.
That's the
on
other
lower.
replication area, so That's a one-to-one replication, so any refill, we'll put it right back the way it was. It doesn't impact the lots very much, and the areas are fine, too. We have sufficient area.
I don't know if it has anything to do with this, but one day I just thought I'd find out where Raymond Road went. So I walked down, it just ends.
Yeah.
It goes down, just ends. But it started raining. That's a steep road.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's
I'll tell
terrible.
you, it was like you were in a river.
Yeah.
I mean, the water just kept flowing down in there.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
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 And that fact that it goes across, there's nothing there, this extension. Actually, it goes up into the cemetery, the extension
Yeah, yeah.
supposedly.
Yeah.
Goes right into.
So the walls you're building is where the wetland crosses?
Yeah, the walls are on both the top and bottom of the road, or the narrow part of the road.
And that's just before the cul-de-sac, is that what I'm looking?
Yeah, on both sides, yeah.
Yep.
And by doing that, we're able to minimize, again, wetland filling.
Are you putting wetlands below that, south of that, or east of?
Yeah, wetlands down there, abutting the existing wetlands, so we're gonna expand the existing wetlands.
Is that
Right there.
correct?
Oh, okay.
With the
Yeah, we're gonna expand that area that's wetland now, we're just gonna expand it a little bit.
Into that other lot that you're building on, basically. All right.
It's on our lot. It's actually an area that was, John Keeley pointed out, that was egregiously filled, he said. We need to get that back. And so we're gonna basically put that back to wetland.
Now, if the two walls that you're building to support the road,
Yeah,
would they be built, because it's possible someday the road might be accepted by the town would have to maintain everything if that was the case.
yeah.
So they would be built to our town engineering standards?
Yeah, we spoke with Tom Hayes about it, and he required that they be concrete walls, cast in place concrete walls. So that's what we're gonna put in.
That's the only spec he gave you, I mean, no rebar or whatever, blah, blah,
Well,
blah.
there will be reinforced concrete, yes, yeah. So we'll have to get that designed by a structural engineer, and we'll have plans for that, yeah.
Designed by a structural engineer and then approved by our town engineer, I
Yes.
assume, right?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, may I?
Please.
How often would that need to be maintained?
Shouldn't for a long time, it's 50 years, yeah, should last us.
50, 60.
And then the town would replace it?
I don't think it'd have to be replaced,
Probably never,
yeah.
really.
Well, and that's why they push town
That's why he
road
wants-
standards.
I just want to make sure it's built to, if we accept it, then
That was awesome.
Do we have any of those, like those in town? Anywhere else?
I
Well, we have
believe,
culverts all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's not covered, because the culvert doesn't let the culvert let the water through?
Yeah, I mean, we
It's
just
a
redid
concrete
a
wall.
huge project on Bedford Street.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
right,
yeah,
with
remember
that,
This is not covered though, right?
There
There-
will be,
there will
this
be
is,
culvert,
yeah,
Oh, will be
This is a
covered.
Yeah.
culvert,
Okay, okay.
it would have to be, yeah, right.
yeah, it was initially proposed in different materials, and they,
Yeah, we propose a block wall. You see all the block walls everywhere, the Versalux and those things, but they don't want that. They want a concrete, solid concrete.
well, because the question was, would they even allow retaining walls in the right of way?
Right, so the original culvert in Bedford Street was redone, the whole thing is beautiful, right? So how long was that? Was that a 50-year-old culvert?
Oh, how long was it before?
Yeah,
It wasn't really
I don't
built
know.
up either, right?
yeah, I mean, this is smaller in scale, because Bedford Street's bigger than.
I understand, I'm just wondering kind of maintenance and redo, and that's on the town's expense, that's not, once.
Right.
Right, I mean, if this becomes a public way.
Yeah. Is that likely or not likely?
Very much, I think, most of the time they do.
We do accept, right, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
No.
No.
Good.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Well, what's our,
You guys give me a little direction. You don't need to say I vote, but just
I
you
guess
feel.
I'll start. I'm struggling to see, you know, with, even with, if you're looking at the waivers, you say you have to be, you know, a benefit to the town. I challenge myself to find out, you know, how any of these, you know, benefit town. I think back in the 2004 decision, it implied that there weren't gonna be any more houses built on that. And the decision was made based on that.
Yep.
So that's where I struggle with this particular one, because it was that decision was based on no more housing, and now we got 2 more houses, and I'm just trying to figure out how I decide on this with, you know, the benefit to the town here, and I just struggle with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I agree. I'm not sure how the waivers benefit the town, but I think it's also my understanding that they're able to build without the waivers? Do we know that? They are?
You told us, because that was my
Right.
first question.
Right.
Was,
So,
could this be built without waivers? And they said at that time, probably not, but.
But I think now,
can?
I think now they're saying that they can.
Yeah, they just have to go to DEP because they have to.
Right.
Yeah, no, I don't think we ever said we couldn't, but, and we did submit a proof plan at the last meeting. We can build it, it's just that it would be a lot more impact.
I guess I'd like to say with regard to the waivers, you know, this, I'm not sure why or what happened when, and I don't know who the developer was for 3 Redmond Street. I guess I could go back and look. And I don't know why anyone thought that there could be no more houses, because anyone that knows the Wetlands Act and would know that it is possible to cross wetlands and build. So it was possible. There were also, at that time, these 2 lots existed on the paper street. So it's not that they were created after 3 Redmond Street was approved. So I'm not sure what happened with that one. But I'm not sure why it was approved that way, but it probably.
Not either, but that's,
Yeah.
that was the basis for the approval.
But it was incorrect. There were 2 lots on the street, the Wetlands Act it was a paper street was there, and the Wetlands Act does permit a wetland crossing. So it was, the basis was not correct.
It was probably thought it was too
They
expensive
thought
at that
it
time.
would probably never be developed. And it was a reasonable thought. I mean, I can see why they thought that. However, we're here, and it's a very sensitive site, and we worked very hard to design the improvement of Redmond Street to provide paved frontage for the 2 lots while crossing the wetlands. And our original design was for a T turnaround. And that was not, that we were asked to create a turnaround that would accommodate a fire truck. And that was from the fire department, the police department agreed, and also engineering. Engineering has reviewed this, and they reviewed David's drainage design, and they asked us to provide a pavement turnaround that would accommodate emergency vehicles. So we went back to the drawing board, and that was when David designed the paved turnaround that is large enough to accommodate a fire truck and other vehicles, large vehicles, to turn around. We've asked for the waiver of the full right-of-way in order to disturb less land. We were trying to keep, and right from the beginning, have tried to keep disturbance to a minimum for a lot of reasons. We have done that. I'd also like to mention at this point that we normally do not ask for waivers of cul-de-sacs.
Mr. Murray's last 3 subdivisions, we just built a full cul-de-sac on Lexington Street. There was Shayla Drive and Patricia Way. They all have full cul-de-sacs. We would not ask that if it was not something that we feel is really necessary, like I said, for a lot of reasons, not just environmental. But we're trying to keep disturbance to a minimum. And when we keep the disturbance to a minimum, we keep the amount of water, stormwater that we have to take care of to a minimum. So there are good reasons for it. And also, these will be the last 2 houses on Redmond Street. There's no more land left and no more lots left to develop on Redmond Street. So they are the end. It is a dead end.
I'm curious, Phyllis, you said there are many reasons why you're asking for the waivers on the cul-de-sac. You mentioned the environmental ones. What are the other reasons?
Well, I think that actually they are primarily environmental. It's less disturbance. I think also it creates, I think it'll create a better lots because there are constraints due to wetlands, et cetera, on the lots. We would have to, if we did the full build out, we'd have to push the houses back. That would mean taking down more trees. I guess we're back to environmental. So I guess, when I say a lot of reasons, I guess there are a lot of environmental reasons. But we'd have to take down more trees. We'd have to, so there, I just think it would, in this case, it makes for a better development. And like I said, we don't ask for a waiver of a cul-de-sac unless it's necessary. We have asked to have half sidewalks on only one side of the street. That is commonly what we'll ask for.
Is this setting any precedents?
No.
You can't.
My discomfort is, it's remained the same from the start when we first started discussing this. Burlington is a very wet community, and I'm very uncomfortable with us jamming houses onto very wet lots or dry pieces of land that are surrounded by wet. And I'm very uncomfortable with it, and I think that this is gonna be something that we see again and again now, because it's the only places that are left, are these difficult lots. So I would like to consult with staff offline, because I need to understand better what our choices are.
Do you think, would you feel more comfortable with a peer review?
I'm not sure if that would make a difference to me or not, and I don't want to spend more money unless I'm sure it would make a difference. I'd like to hear from other board members. Maybe someone else could convince me that that would be worth the money and the time.
Can these be built if we don't give any of this permitting? Can they put the houses there?
According to what we're being told, yes.
Can they build without any waivers? That's a question
Yeah.
that we had them
Yeah.
answer at the last meeting, and it appears to be the case.
So if that's the case,
They just have to.
can't say no to the development. We can only say no, correct me if I'm wrong, we can only say no to the waivers, and then the development would continue, but without the waivers.
Well, I mean, I
Is that
think
correct?
the precedent and pretty much the directive of the rules and regulations governing the subdivision of land is, can you do it?
Yeah.
And then can we use the waivers to make it better?
Right.
So the first question of can we do it has been clarified, which it wasn't initially. And then can it be made better through waivers? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of environmental impact in this area. Do we need a 26-foot wide roadway at the end of the street? I mean, I think there's, anyway, but anytime you have a waiver, every single waiver needs to be in the benefit of the community that you're and you need to figure that out. Like, you're
Right.
waiving this
But what you're
because
telling us
it's
is
better for the greater.
that it will be built.
If
Period.
the house
It will
will
be built.
much
The
more.
question is,
Well,
do we want to put these waivers in place to make the development better?
It technically
Can be.
can be. I mean, we haven't had, well, actually, the question, we haven't had them
Conservation
run.
has already,
I don't think you've run the stormwater calculations. I mean, I would assume you just have a bigger system, but you didn't run the stormwater calcs on the bigger amount
will-
of impervious.
No, I didn't, but what it would do would make our system bigger.
Do this, it's a question of, it's undesirable.
Yes.
But do you want it this way or that way?
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
It'll be
so
more expensive.
that's-
too.
The houses will
You
definitely be
really-
more expensive.
Yeah, they can build it, and it's just a question, do we think it's worth allowing the waivers to get supposedly a better development as far as we're concerned? So,
And
no,
I
it's
just want to
kinda-
make sure that, I want to make sure 100%
Sure.
that staff is telling me that if we do not, that we cannot stop it, we can only choose to make it better with the waivers, or choose to let it go forward without the waivers.
So what, in terms of the plan that I've seen, they've laid it out. There's enough lot area with that layout, even with replication. I haven't seen the news, I don't think they've run the
And
stormwater calcs.
conservation has done their thing.
It's still in front of.
Well, they're in front of conservation because conservation doesn't know what we're gonna do. If we change it and we say, okay, build it without waivers, then it changes a lot of what they're doing, so, or build it, build this, that, or the other thing, or bring one of the bigger items in the beginning was the retaining walls not being in the right of way, that the retaining wall should be on the lots themselves, but that, I mean, that's your main wetland area, so you are taking more area, but do we want the town to be maintaining the walls? And since then, they've had a lot of conversations with DPW and the engineering department, saying, well, if they are in the right of way, they need to be full town standard. And,
Can I ask, am I allowed to ask what the square footage is of the houses?
We don't know.
Don't know yet.
Do we know what, I don't know, I guess, because a lot of this, the waivers, we just keep going back to environmental. I think, is there an opportunity that we can confer with conservation? And see what their thoughts are, because, I can see what they're giving me, I can read, what's being presented, but I'm not, an environmental guru. And, I would like to lean on them.
And
to
so they
see.
tell us,
So they
are
tell
these
us.
things,
Right.
every single one of these, are they in the benefit of the town?
I think that's a good idea,
That,
Brenda.
that makes more sense to me than
I would
us
like to
spinning our
attend
wheels.
this.
Sure.
We can, so if we can set up, if we can set up a meeting with conservation, and then that way, we're not spinning your wheels tonight, we can actually educate ourselves a little bit more.
Sure.
And then come back to you and say, okay, this is a concern, or.
I think that's a good idea, Brenda.
I like it, because we can blame
Yeah.
them.
Are you guys?
Can I just?
You're full of
can I-
jokes,
To
Mr.
me,
Raymond.
it's, do you want to get choked or slapped?
Can I say?
Please.
Okay, I'm trying to base my decision on granting the waivers or not granting the waivers on what we've done previously. Okay, and I can't see, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, that any of these waivers are waivers that we have not granted in almost any case where they've been asked for previously. Except maybe the width of the pavement, but they're willing to bring it back up to 20 feet instead of the 18 that they're looking for. Am I missing something?
no, I'm just listening.
No, I mean, am I correct in saying that we have granted all of these previously?
Yeah, I mean,
Whenever
when you
they've
look
been
at
asked for.
right, well, when you look at a waiver list, we haven't granted all waivers.
No, but we've granted, these are typical waivers that we
Right, but
will have
it's
granted.
always site-specific.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we could, approve the first three on every site, but that doesn't mean it's gonna fit for every scenario. It's
No,
like
but
Barbara said.
I'm
very
not arguing in favor of the project, believe me. I'm just trying to be as fair as I
You're
can.
just saying these are not unusual waivers.
Oh,
I think
I
we
don't-
can all agree with that.
And I
Correct.
think that the missing, you know, details are the environmental, which is, you know, why I think we should, you know, we meet with them and then come back, and then we can look at, you know, these waivers and say, okay, does this make sense? And what is the true impact from an environmental standpoint?
And if it can be built without the waivers,
Right.
it will, it may not be built tomorrow or next year, but it will be built as soon as the price of houses rise
At
to
the
make
rate
it,
we're
make it.
going, this is gonna be built in 2032.
Would you
No, no,
like,
no.
would you like the applicant
And the
to
water will rise so much. so-
Yeah.
do a little bit more of a memo on, I mean, we've seen the plan, the numbers were kind of on the plan, but I guess what I'd like to see is, the plan with an associated memo that just says, you know, if we built it without waivers, this would be the amount of disturbance, this is, how much we would need to replicate, this is, like, just to really make sure it all adds up.
Sure.
Instead of having us kind of
A
doing that
comparison of
addition.
with waivers
Yeah.
versus without.
Yeah, just kind of do, just
That would be
understand that in
helpful.
terms, so you have something in front of you, kind of like, okay, like in terms of, to weigh the
Each
two
waiver,
between each
yeah.
other. Cause I
And
think that might
goes
help.
That would go to conservation to help us to say,
Yes. Correct.
now, based on this, what they
Right.
said.
Right.
Is
I
that
think
help-
that
is
might,
betterment for the town?
Sure.
Yep.
That they take
So can I just-
3 trees here and 2 trees here.
Can I just say that the proof plan does have that information on it?
no, I know, but can you put, like, you have this waiver list.
Yeah.
Can you put together so that it kind of, what you don't have is replication, I just kind of had to like scribble it in. and
No, I
let
have
that-
it on the proof plan too.
Can you put it just a one-page
Yeah,
memo
I can put
together?
it in some sort of a bullet form or
That
something,
this
or a
is
table?
how much wetland disturbance, this is how much more replication that we need to do. The lot areas after all of this will still be the, you know, certain required amount of upland.
But I think it's
Versus
gonna be done
wetland.
on a per waiver basis.
Yes, waiver
So
by
if
waiver.
So if I look at waiver number, you know, one that says, well, see, submitted to the conservation, but maybe one with pavement width.
Right.
And you tell us, what does that increase what we have to do for replication? Then for the cul-de-sac, you say, for that one, that increases it, you know, 1,000 feet. For the next one, it increases to 15. So then by the end of it, you say, that totals up
Total
15,000 or 5,000, whatever it is for replication. So then we can say, you know what, maybe that one makes sense, but the other one doesn't.
Yeah, well, and the
Maybe
cul,
that's
the
something like
cul-de-sac is because they're not, so the right-of-way goes through, they're proposing easements instead of right-of-way cul-de-sac.
So-
That's a cul-de-sac, so that one, I mean, we've been pushing for the cul-de-sac because the T-turnaround, he
Right.
just parks in his driveway and then the T-turnaround's gone. So, I mean, I think the cul-de-sac piece, while it would be helpful to have that information, I don't think we're gonna say, don't build the cul-de-sac, so.
Right, right.
Yeah.
I think that's just saying,
I
in
think
terms
this
of
is
effort.
I think going to-
Cooperate with the inevitable. That's one of my tenets. If
I-
it's
I'm,
inevitable-
so I'm wondering about the purpose. So you want to know if we were to build it out to 26 feet wide, how much replication we would have to do? Is that what you want to know?
What the ask is, if you
Uh,
were to
you-
do nothing versus versus if we granted each specific waiver, what is the impact? If we didn't grant sidewalks, what's the impact? If we didn't do this, what's
Okay.
the impact?
Do you normally ask this? Because I have done a little research, and I know that you recently approved, is it Old Mill Road? And you actually reduced the right-of-way width from 40 to 35. And on,
Chandler Road subdivision.
pardon me? Yeah.
Oh,
Chandler.
And that was because, I mean, I don't know if you asked, you know, I'm asking if you normally ask applicants to do this and the purpose. I mean, will you, if you feel if it's, what if we can't? Say, and I don't know if this is true, I think we can. We can replicate, there are multiple ways to replicate. You can replicate on the lot, on another lot. You can actually give, as we're offering to do, you can give land in lieu of replication, and the conservation can accept all of that. The DEP does ask for one-to-one, however, even there, there's room for, they have, for other ways to satisfy their application. So we could probably do it. So I'm wondering, what's the purpose? For instance, on 68 Wilmington Road, I know that's just a driveway. They had 16 waivers granted, and in order to be able to build it.
This is site-specific.
Did they have to
It's different than
do
any other
this?
site. This is a very
All sites are different,
site.
I agree.
Exactly, and this is a very, very sensitive site. I
Well,
don't think we can compare
those
it to
were
others.
two. One of them had a vernal pool, the other one was in the riverfront. Their driveway went through the
One on
riverfront.
Chandler?
That was a very I go by it every day.
Oh, yeah,
Very
but-
sensitive site.
But we,
And there are
the
a few
vernal
other.
pools were not impacted.
I'm just asking if you normally do this.
No,
First,
I don't.
if another site came before
may
me
start
tomorrow that was surrounded by wetlands, the way this is, yes, I would ask the question.
Okay, that's fair.
Well, I think it gets really back to Member LaRue's question of, okay, so are we at where we can do it, and then we have to approve it? Or are we making it better? And I think there's still a little bit of question on, can we do it? I mean, just.
Well, until that
because
question is answered, I'm not sure why we're considering.
Well, and I'm not saying, I mean, I think we can, but in terms of each piece to look at, if it's built per subdivision rules and regs, I have to approve it. So then that's this.
Right.
And then this waiver is, there's X and there's Y. So
Right.
what's between them? And I think they're just asking to find more justification because there are concerns. And if you look at, and if you kind of readjust the lens a little bit more in terms of the question in front of you, I think it's just an easier way to get to a rationale of the outcome.
So, I think that will be helpful, that explanation, and I also think the meeting with conservation is
We
really
need to
important.
extend the meeting.
So-
Past 11, I think.
Oh,
It's,
um,
And just so you know,
Just-
all these
Madam Chair,
ideas
I'd
are
like to make a
from
motion to ex-
conservation, by the way. The
Just a second.
walls, the circle.
We need to, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting past 11 PM.
Second.
I don't know. Aye.
Are you guys scheduled in front of
We need to
conservation?
wrap this up, though. I think that
Out to
we
the
know where.
15th.
No, we've actually, as David said, the walls were John
We need to
Keely's
vote
suggestion.
on this.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Moving on.
Now we can, but
So-
Brenda, I agree with you, Brenda, we need to wrap
so
it up.
we need
5
to wrap
minutes.
this up,
Yeah.
right? So, if you can get the comparison document, once you get that, then we set up a meeting with conservation. If this is not done before November 18th, we move it to the next meeting. But we're not, we can't keep doing this.
Yes, I agree.
I want to make sure we're giving you the answers in the time you deserve and not wasting, wasting your time or ours. So I think we know where we stand. But this is a public hearing. Does anyone in the public have any comments that they'd like to share?
Yes, hi, it's Lynn Unsworth on Raymond Road.
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can.
So I just have a question and I apologize because I know it's late, but if someone could just clarify for me, where does the Conservation Commission and you guys overlap? Because last week, the Conservation canceled a meeting with this applicant. And the last meeting they had a few months ago, they were waiting for the DEP approval. But yet it sounds like tonight, it's pretty close to approval.
I wouldn't say that it's anything that's pretty close to approval. I think, where we're at and, the group has a lot of concerns. And as you've heard from many members that, this is a very sensitive site and we're going to be meeting with conservation once we have a little bit more detail from the applicant to understand what the environmental impact is to build one or both of these homes and create this cul-de-sac. So we are doing as much due diligence as possible at this point in time. And once we have, we've conducted that meeting, we'll come back to our next meeting and circle back and explain, you know, what has transpired and where we stand, as a whole.
And honestly, I mean, I know conservation is looking to see what we do, but they may have other things they're waiting to resolve.
I'm not sure, so.
Yeah, and a perfect example, we thought that we were right where we needed to be, and then, you know, Sergeant, the sergeant came on and he had a different opinion. So, you know, I think we're still in due diligence phase, but no, nothing has been approved, and it's not close to approval. We've been doing this for quite some time to ensure that we're making the right decision for everybody involved.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Meeting with conservation in a subcommittee format, or how are you envisioning that?
Anyone who wants to go can join?
Yeah, I was just asking the
So for-
applicant when they
as
were in
far
front
as
of them
the-
again.
As far as the board?
Okay.
But I think it's too far out.
Okay.
So then we do something similar.
So,
May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of November 18th, 2021.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you again for your patience. We'll
All right,
see you
thanks.
soon. We don't have any minutes. We don't have any other matters. There is a discussion, extension of time for a site plan for One Wheeler Road, U66 Corporation. May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that the planning board hereby grant a one-year extension of time until December 5th, 2022 to complete the required site plan improvements as requested by the applicant's attorney in an email dated October 13th, 2021. But
Second.
before we vote, can I just ask
Me too. Go ahead.
staff where we stand with this? I've been curious to know because they kind of disappeared.
I'm betting it has to do with COVID and
Oh.
figuring out what, because it's a retail site that, when we approved it, it's all retail.
Yep.
And so my best guess, I think, is that has something to do with it. I can confirm that.
Okay, I was
if you
just
want and get
curious. It's
back
not,
to you
I don't have a
guys.
problem with it.
Just shoot
Yeah.
us an email, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Retail leasing is not
Yeah.
super
Okay.
fast.
Take the building.
You got a
down.
lab building,
Have a
it'd be under
second.
construction.
It was already
Second.
seconded.
Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? May I have another motion, please?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I sent around some of the special permits for
have to go
signature, if
home
you
now?
can.
You can sleep here if you want to, but.
I only signed one.
Brenda?
Yes.